entertainment, the classic entertainment, by the Urban Renewal Band. Aren't they first class? The people of the Bahamas are some of the greatest people in the world. We want to say welcome to you all around the Family Islands, here in Nassau, watching us by stream. And we want to invite you to share this with the world, because I am confident that this experience today is a first. And it is thanks to the visionary leaders of the Ministry of Social Services, Urban Development, the Department of Gender and Family Affairs. We're all about growing and strengthening, building families. You cannot have a strong nation without strong families. I want to especially now give our protocol and give honor where honor is due. We have the Minister of State for the Ministry of Social Services, Urban Development, and the Department of Gender Affairs. She is truly a woman of compassion. She has a vision, and that is what makes a powerful team. She's representing the Honorable Minister Obi Wilshcombe, the demand, and he sends his love, his regard. But what I like about both of them, they have this, not yet, don't come yet. He's worked so hard.
Again, we say, motivate us, inspire us, fill us up, oh God, with your Holy Spirit today. Bless all the organizers. We thank you for them. Bless our Minister of State. We thank you, oh God, for the heart, God, to lean toward you, to invite you into all the activities we are doing. We say now, Holy Spirit, have your way. Move by your Spirit in this place today. Let us leave, God, revived, rejuvenated, God. We thank you, Lord. We give you all the praise and all the glory because it belongs to you. In Jesus' name, for the glory of God. Amen.
Let us now stand for the national anthem. And all you're getting, get knowledge. Have a seat. Thank you. In all you're getting, get knowledge. And one of the things that releases greatness in each other, I am particularly honored that we are partnering with the National Training Agency. And the executive chairman of this agency is one of our under-celebrated. We know her, but that's what you call familiar. See, we want to break that familiar spirit because we sometimes would celebrate others without the kind of qualification that we have in our own people. And so I want to pause, and I want you all to turn around because I submit to her training, and we are going to launch a national training program for those of you today that sign up to be mentored in your savings, those of you who want to invest in properties, duplexes, triplexes, digital space. We are here for you. And we're going to have with Reverend Palacios, who has a group, a power group. We're coming together. When we join as one, there is no barrier that we can bust through. I want us to give a thank you to Miss Agatha Marcel. She's right there in the back, making sure everything is well. And I want to invite the Department of Gender and Family Affairs team to walk up very quickly. They don't know I'm doing this. Move quickly. Cheryl Knowles, everybody from the Department of Gender and Family Affairs. I want all of you all with Ms. Simonette, the FAS, to move up here very quickly. The reason why I'm doing this, because those of us who are sometimes in the front, we believe that the front is who makes it all happen. Leadership inspires. But when God introduced himself, he introduced a team. And I can't even go forward without saying how. The Bahamas is the greatest little country in the world. The world will come to us. Ms. Simonette, please come and offer the welcome. But I wanted to say thank you so much for the team spirit that we are experiencing in making this happen. Thank you very much to the partners who are making this happen, who are taking sacrificial steps. I see I'm going to put her on the spot right now. During this program, there is a young lady in here. Her name, I'm going to call her Kelsey for now. She's going to tell her story because we are born for greatness, no matter where we start. She started from a one-room house, and we're going to help her get her duplex or her triplex or whatever it is she wants to get. No, this is action. So please welcome the first Assistant Secretary, the leader of the Department of Gender and Family Affairs. Come on, she's going to give us a welcome. Yeah.
Good morning. To the Honorable Lisa Ramming, T. Ramming, Minister of State in the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development. Mrs. Prenell King-Roll, Permanent Secretary in the Urban Renewal Commission of the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development. Reverend Dr. Rosalind Aswood, the Administrative Assistant of the Bahamas Christian Council. Reverend Angela Palacios, our first woman deacon, first woman priest in the Anglican Church. Apostle Lee Watson, Trinity City of Praise. Director and members of the Urban Renewal Revolutionalized Band, representatives of the women's and men's organizations represented here this morning, to the great Dr. Deborah Bartlett, managing consultant in the Ministry of Social Services and Department of Gender and Family Affairs, to all of our staff, some of whom you've met this morning, to our illustrious presenters, to you, the participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend a warm welcome to each of you this morning. It is good to have so many of you supporting this historic initiative. This workshop, which is entitled Pathways to Economic Empowerment, is designed to create an enabling environment for participants. Today's event is particularly important as it is not intended to be a one-off event, but a sustained program that aims to ensure economic success. We all know that we live in a global village, and today's challenges, including the economic challenges, affect all of us. The Department of Gender and Family Affairs within the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development has a mandate to promote empowerment, including political, social, and economic empowerment for women and men. It is my distinct pleasure this morning to welcome again our presenters, who I am sure are eager to share their wisdom and experiences with us. I welcome our partners, and I'd like to particularly point out Mrs. Agatha Marcel. Let me get the title right. Executive Director of the National Training Agency, and I think she deserves a special round this morning. And to all of our other partners who continue to provide support in the advancing of our various projects, programs, and policies. I welcome you, the participants of this workshop that was designed with you in mind. You are the beneficiaries of today's session, and I dare say that you are in good hands. You will not leave here the way you came. You will receive pathways that will lead you to economic empowerment. So I encourage you to trade on the knowledge gained here today. Don't pass up on this golden opportunity. Ensure that your socioeconomic status is transformed. Finally, get connected to a mentor. Join a mentorship program. By doing so, you will receive the guidance and confidence that you need to succeed. Thank you for your time, and once again, welcome.
I was in Vail, Colorado. The chairman of Dudley's took me there to show how wealthy people think. And as we touched down, I noticed it was snowing. And I noticed that as we were going to the home of the owner of Spam, how many people know Spam? Spam, you know, that sausage. And you're all too young if you all don't know Spam. Oh, Lord, you can tell only a couple of us old in here, because that's what we had to eat in college, Spam. And I noticed as we got on the path to his home, there was no snow. I say, how could it be snowing all around and no snow here? Mindset, you see. He heated the road right up to his estate. And when I thought I was being really intelligent, and we were having a discussion, the founder of Chick-fil-A, he was talking about how he requires his staff to read the Success Manual for Life. I said, who's the author? I thought I put on my British accent then. He said the Bible. I said, oh. I said, oh. He said that's the original document for success. Everything else comes from there. Never be ashamed in quoting the source document for life. And we had dinner with this young man, older man really, and he said all of his staff are millionaires. I said, stop it, I can work for you now. He said, my administrators are millionaires. My secretary, millionaires. He said, anytime I find loyalty, integrity, and diligence, I make sure they are straight for life. So what he did, and if you think about it, King David did the same thing. He would share with his generals. He got the majority shares. He would share with his generals. And the administrators who he left behind, he came back and gave them profits too. Diligence must be rewarded. I'd say that as we introduce the Honorable Minister, because I have not seen ministers, oh Lord, I mean, there might be there, I don't know. But I got to watch my mouth. But the Minister Wilshcombe, I have worked with, no secret, all my life almost, my professional life. And I look at mindsets. You determine what you submit to based on mindsets. And when the Honorable Minister Raming and Minister Wilshcombe determined that this seminar and workshop would be executed, they said, we have to take care of those who hurt, those who want to learn. We have to ensure that we give best efforts, that they too have the same opportunities that we are extending to the community. Please stand as we welcome the Honorable Lisa Raming, Minister of State, the Ministry of Social Services, Urban Development, and the Department of Gender and Family Affairs. Minister.
Yes. Good morning. You may be seated. What can I say about Dr. Debbie Bartlett? I want you to know that when you walked in here this morning, you have walked into an atmosphere where your life is going to be shifted economically. And I want you to give yourself a round of applause. You have to believe that. You have to believe that. And I want you to tell the person next to you that. Tell them that faith comes by hearing. All right. Your life is about to shift. Standing on the established protocol, I cannot pass without recognizing our permanent secretary, Mrs. Pernell King-Roll, certainly our women from the clergy. You know I love them. Reverend Palacios and Pastor Aswood, and Mrs. Agatha Marcel. Where is she? The executive chairman for this fine institution. I want you all to give a clap to Mrs. Agatha Marcel. You're not just standing in a place like in an ordinary hall. You're standing in a place where hundreds for this year have walked through and they on jobs today. They were trained in here. They had to go online to get in here and register. But you came here without registering. And we thank you for hearing the clarion call and coming here today. Miss Marcel, I thank you for your many prayers. When I was campaigning, she said a good, pretty prayer for me in Cat Island. And certainly, I want to say I'm grateful to see our speakers. And you make sure to take pictures with them now. Because these are some dynamic speakers. I don't know if you can see them again this close. These are some important people. And so, without further delay, And of course, the media. The media is my friends. And our Urban Renewal Band. Listen, before I start, man, you got to give it up for the Urban Renewal Band. Listen, we have so much band. Any kind of band y'all want, y'all could get. We got the pop band. Then we had our ensemble. Then we got the marching band. We get all kind of band. I thank God for them. This seminar and workshop today is a practical approach to transforming our urban communities. The middle class is also being financially challenged by hurricanes fueled by climate change, inflation, and certainly crime. The truth is, the socioeconomic challenges is spawning a new class, the working poor. Senior managers and executives in both the public and private sectors are having a hard time paying their bills. And you're all working class in here. And if I'm telling the truth, I know you could give yourself a round of applause. I could do that too. So I belong in here too. Before we know it, it is retirement time. Our mortgage is not paid, and our pension cannot satisfy our financial obligations. You would therefore understand how encouraged I am by the vision our minister, the Honorable Obadiah Wilchcombe, has to transform the urban communities while strengthening and expanding the middle class. Our team at Urban Renewal interact with the hurting all day, all the time. I can tell you about one or two very moving experiences. I brought my phone because I want to say exactly how it came to me. This is an everyday thing, but this was just yesterday. Good afternoon. No disrespect intended, ma'am. This is something somebody sent to the Facebook page. I'm a young man currently unemployed, going through a very rough time. I haven't eaten in 3 days. And he put in bracket, no exaggeration. Right now, the devil is whispering in my ear, but I'd rather reach out for help than do something crazy. Again, no disrespect intended, ma'am. I'm just trying to get something to eat. I was getting prepared to go to the march yesterday. How could I tell the man, I can't deal with this right now. I go into the march. And I was late. I had to think. I prayed. I said, what to do? Go there first? What do I do? I made a call. I called one of our Urban Renewal staff. I said, I need a favor. You got to do this for me. So I asked the gentleman, send me your location. He sent it. I sent it to the officer who is one of our Urban Renewal staff. I said, I need you to do this for me. I don't know if you have food in your house, whatever you have. If you have money, give it to them. I'll deal with you afterwards. So said it, so done. After the march, I checked my phone. And I looked in the Facebook, and the gentleman said, thank you so much. I was able to buy food for me and my children. I thank you so much. My God. So this is serious business. That's why I told you, you entered an atmosphere where you have to want your life to shift. So many people are hurting. That's only one of the experiences. There are many. Compassion wants to help everybody. It is our responsibility to help as many persons as we can. And we have a plethora of urban renewal and social service staff in here. And the reason we did it this way is we need to encourage our internal clients. That's our employees. And then the external. Because if we don't take care of you, how I expect for you to take care of people on the outside? If you hurting and we're ignoring that, how I expect for you to help the people on the outside? That is why we have you here today. It is equally important for us to assist with identifying and creating pathways to economic empowerment. A pathway is a course of direction or direction in which a person is moving. A pathway is also a course of action or a way of achieving a specified result. I'm inspired by the course of action that the Department of Gender and Family Affairs is taking to facilitate this empowerment program. This provides opportunities on our digital platforms. I'm sure you see Island Pay. They rich, you know. You should be glad to shake hands and rub shoulders with these people. They're going to show you how to get there. We're looking forward for property investments and saving plans. That is why it's important for you to be attentive today. This is not to take something from you, but this today is to give something to you. The financial services and property management experts are here to provide you with a practical guide to success. We are here to help you and to make your dreams a reality. I can confidently say that we are here to make your dream a reality because Minister and I have similar visions. It is a joy to work together with him to not only make this seminar and workshop a success, but to develop and implement the long-term vision for pathways to economic. Don't think when you leave from here, we're not going to follow you up. We're going to follow you through until you've reached your desired goal. We will develop a media campaign to follow our registrants to document the process embedded in achieving this success. We intend to inspire you to achieve your goals and provide you with mentorship programs and equip you for enduring success. Many of you, I'm sure, who are not homeowners, I know that your desire is to get a home. But we want to take you even further to that. We want it to be your desire to get a duplex or a triplex. Income properties. Income properties. Now, nothing is wrong if you want to get your home. I'm with you. We could help you there too. But for those who want duplex and triplexes, you're in the right place. We are participating in an historic workshop and seminar. I am certain that when we can approach matters like this as a team, we will exceed all expectations. And I commend the Department of Social Services and Urban Development, particularly Department of Gender and Family Affairs, for approaching this as a vision and not a project, because that is something totally different. Minister Wilcombe's vision is to accelerate plans to help as many people as possible, to make it possible for the poor and the working poor to become self-sufficient. We have a powerful public-private sector team with the NGOs, the church, civil society, along with our ministry to secure historical outcomes. And certainly, I am honored to be a part of this. And I want you, the first step in achieving economic growth, that's like exercising. That's the hardest thing to do. You know when you want to try to exercise and you say, I'm going to start this January 1st. This is almost the end of the year. I can count the time I exercise. It's the same thing with saving. You keep saying, child, when I get my new job, I can save $20. Where? So you're in the right place. And so I want to thank you. I want you to be attentive. And of course, let's hear it up for our speakers who are about to embrace the stage.
One of the things I learned in life is that you decide to make change a friend or an enemy. And today we're going to make change a friend. Let's give a round of applause. That was such a practical and powerful presentation that the minister gave. One of the things that we are going to change today is I don't think we need to take a break right now because I want to get to the information. I want to make sure that we achieve our goals today to give you the knowledge and point you to the opportunities that we need. And I want you to know that there are some speakers here, but we also have other real estate developers in this place, and we'll introduce them later. But I want to introduce to all of us, some of us, one of the most humble leaders in the financial sector that I know. He loves people. See, you can have talent and don't have character, you know. And if we can find the talent and the character, let's do everything to push. I'm so happy to see my son Omar Thompson here. He is in the, here's a man who is heading a United Singles Women movement to help women get into their homes. He is helping them to get to school every year. He's a small businessman who is, I want you all to give him a round of applause. I just so honor you, so honor you. And that's just back to the speaker that's coming next. Al Poitier is the general manager for the National Workers Credit Union. Now, we're going to be so wise after all of this, because when I say you adjust, now for those of you who want to stay in the traditional banking, I got some traditional banking accounts. But I think we need to make sure we're in places where we can get some interest. Because the one who put his talent and didn't get no interest get beat. That's not a good stewardship there. Right, Pastor Oswald? And this credit union and the Credit Union League, you will hear more of it as we go. The goal here is we're going to have the entire Credit Union League help us save and teach us how to prepare and access the dreams that we have. And so I want you to welcome Mr. Alfred Poitier, who's going to start the relay with the credit union. And we want you to sign up today, not tomorrow. Come on, give a welcome. Give a welcome to my friend, Mr. Alfred Poitier. Okay.
Good morning. So, I'm going to jump straight into this morning, and some things I'm going to say may be a little painful for some of you, but the honest to goodness truth sometimes hurt. I was asked to talk about how those savings here and there would help prepare you for your future. Here's the thing. As Bahamians, generally speaking, we do not save. And oftentimes, it's not because we don't have it to save, it's because we are not disciplined. Savings is a discipline. And if you are not disciplined, you will not save. If you are not disciplined, you will not save. So let me just go straight to something that's very essential, something that we should be teaching our kids as soon as they have sense. And it's called budgeting. How many of you in here today have a budget? Look around, folks. Now, let me explain this budget thing real simply for you, all right? A budget is your roadmap to your financial future. Your roadmap, not mine, your roadmap to your financial future. So if you don't have a budget, you don't have a map. And if you don't have a map, you're just riding around, literally not knowing where you're going or where you're going to end up. And unfortunately, a lot of us in our midlife find ourselves financially in that position. We've been getting paid, we've been buying what we want, we've been doing what we want, but we're not taking care of those items that are essential to our lives, to our future. We live for today. Let me give you a very quick illustration. The generations of Bahamians, the generation of Bahamians, 2-3 generations of Bahamians that came before me. Most of them left school at grade 3, but they were able to put in place much more in terms of wealth and future preparation than my mother or father, than I have been able to do for my children, and maybe then my children will be able to do for their grandchildren. Why? See, they didn't have a computer and knew how to do Excel spreadsheets so that they could write a budget down. But what they did have was common sense. And if you remember them old people, Grammy and your great Grammy, if you make $1, you save 50 cents. How many of us in here can say we do that? I can tell you the truth, my experience, and I've been banking for some 30 years. We spend more than we make. And that's a problem. See, people, we're not a country. We can't consistently run deficits and still survive. Countries do that because, they borrow and borrow and borrow. But you as an individual, there's only so much you could borrow. And when you done max out your salary borrowing and can't borrow no more, you start begging and then you might end up thieving. And now, I know we get some Christians in here say we don't thief, right? But let me tell you something. Let me tell you how you thief. When you go to work, and you know it wasn't no toilet paper home, and you carried a half roll of toilet paper out the bathroom, that's thieving. Let me give you the solution. Budget. Budgeting is actually managing your money. All right? Managing your money. So, if you didn't write down the roadmap, make sure write down managing your money. If you fail to prepare, remember you are preparing to. Okay. So if you don't have a budget and you want to be rich, God help you. Because only Him can make that happen. I often have presentations such as this in forums where I interact with particularly the younger kids on the same subject, and they have big dreams. Oh, I want to be rich. I can do this when I can buy this car and I can buy my mommy house and I can do all of this. I'm like, okay, how? Well, I ain't figured that out yet. Okay, don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream. But in your dream, you have to put a plan together to make that dream a reality, and you have to be able to sacrifice to get where you want to go. Savings, ladies and gentlemen, is your sacrifice. You put off what you want today to make sure you have what you need tomorrow. That's why you save. All right? Now, I can tell you, when I say this initially, you can think I contradicted myself, but follow me. Bahamians are some of the best savers in the world. You're trying to figure out where I'm going with that. Because I said Bahamians don't save, right? All right. Let me help you. You find a Bahamian woman who won't go away next week or next month. Or who want a new dress or shoe. Buddy, they will not eat for 2-3 weeks. Put their lunch money aside until they get that. But once they get it, back to the normal, spending however they feel, however they want. What I'm asking, is that you take that same energy that you use to get a short-term satisfaction to prepare yourself for the long term. See, I was told to give you some information, and I'm not going to be disobedient. I was told to give you information about credit unions and how we give good interest rates, and that is true. But despite the fact that we give the best interest rates in the country, and probably in this region, when people come to us, they don't come largely because they want to save. They come because they went to the bank and couldn't get the loan. They come to us begging us to give them a loan. And my thing is, there is a time to get a loan, and there is not. Going on vacation, want money for Christmas, that ain't the time to get a loan. Now, if you want to purchase a home, I don't expect you to have $300,000-$400,000, laying around somewhere. I wish you would have it, but I don't expect that the average person would have it. That is the time that you go get a loan. If there is an investment opportunity where you are very, very confident you would have done your homework, and you are very, very confident that if you invest in this thing or whatever it is, it's going to bring you long-term benefit, you may want to consider getting a loan for that. If you have children you have to drop to school, you have to go to work, you have to go check on mama because mama a little old, but she had that, she won't come live with you, and you don't have a car, you might want to get a loan for a car. Now, let me pause 1 second. What's the difference from driving a Toyota Corolla or a Lexus Jeep? How is it different from me driving in a Toyota Corolla? Since you have a Corolla, y'all realize they're made by the same company, right? And you realize it don't matter how you get from here to there as long as you got there safely, right? Let me say this. Every product that you could think of, every designer bag, every designer name that you could imagine, like it or not, was made by the same individual. Y'all trying to figure that one out, right? You gonna help him out or I tell him? You tell him. God made it. And guess why? He gave us free will. He also tried to give some of us common sense. Remember, the devil wasn't always in hell, he was in heaven. So every once in a while, God just gets some help he didn't ask for. So when I say God made the designer bags, I mean, through the devil. Some to cause y'all to spend your money unnecessarily and not save. So let's do this exercise. In order to save, you need a what? Discipline. In order to reach your financial goals, what do you need? All right, your roadmap or the budget, correct. So I want to do a very, very quick exercise because some people try to make this process very difficult in terms of budgeting, and really and truly it's not. A budget is simply this. All of your income, whatever your known, consistent income is, you make a note of it, right? So, job, salary. If you have a good spouse, fellas, if you have a good wife who's give you money every week, every month, that's part of your budget. It got to be consistent now, not once, whenever you do something good, but all the time. Wives, if you have a good husband who's, even though you might be working to give you that solid little, maintenance, part of your budget, right? Part of your income. Now, I know a lot of Christians in here, so this may not apply to you. Folks, if you just gamble and play numbers. That can't be part of your budget because there ain't nothing consistent or sure about that. I can tell you one thing, that's part of the expense because you're almost certain to lose. All right? So all income is the first thing you do when you're doing the budget. You figure out what your income is, you write your income down, right? To the top of the page. Then we write all of our expenses. Now this where my people is have a problem. We don't quite understand what expenses are. I can help you all out. Don't feel shy. Gas for your car, rent, mortgage payment, school fees, groceries, hairdresser, weave. All that stuff that we do on a regular basis. Fellas, the barber, your wife, and God forbid if you have a sweetheart, because that's really an unnecessary expense. And if you just buy a number, whatever you spend a number a day a week, that's expense. Now, you add all of your expenses up. Your expenses should never, ever, ever exceed your income. Now, I often tell people this. One of the first things that you do when you're doing your budget, when you're doing your expense, is you add your tithes and offering if you go to church. That's number one. Number two, your savings. Up front, you determine what you are going to put aside. So, once you would have done all these things, and you still have some money left at the end of the day, clap your hands because you're in good shape. Now, unfortunately, there are some of us in the room who are not in that position. After they add up all their expenses, they are way past their income. Financially speaking, that is called poverty. Poverty, from a financial perspective, is when your expenses exceed your income. So what that means is some of us who have on, our nice suits and our nice watches, our, expensive shoes and driving our Lexus Jeep, right? But every month when we get paid, we got to go borrow from mommy, daddy, auntie, cousin, sister, friend, credit card, whatever else, to cover our bills. That's financial poverty. I don't know why the media paints that picture that, starving people somewhere in some third world country or India or whatever are in poverty, because truth is, from a financial perspective, they don't have no income, they don't have no expense. They ain't in poverty, they hungry. But some of us in here may be in poverty today. If you are in poverty, how do you get out of it? It's very simple. You need to determine what are your wants and what are your needs. And then you start cutting. You cut your wants. You want a new car, you want new clothes. You want to send your child to St. Andrews. Well, if your salary don't allow it, you got to make a decision. Your child can get the same education if you take the time out to help them through the coursework when they come home. Or even better, actually. That Lexus may ride a little bit softer than the Corolla, but guess what? The Corolla is more efficient. You can spend less money on maintenance, less money on gas. And people ain't going to target you as much. So you might save your life by driving the Corolla as opposed to the Lexus. You cannot get in the position to save unless you are financially prepared. You have to be mentally, financially viable. And mentally, financially viable simply means that you have the discipline, the understanding, and the desire to prepare for tomorrow, not live for today. So I can tell you that if you save X amount of dollars today, that let's just say you save $2 a week, 5 days a week for 1 year, you save $520, right? You take that to a Scotia or Royal, and other Canadian banks. At the end of that year, that's $520 you'll save a year, $2 a day. Only 5 days a week. I give you Friday and Saturday off, right? $520 for the year. You realize putting that in Royal Scotia, whatever, that you would get less than $520? Less than? Even though if you kept it under your mattress or whatever, you'll have $520. If you put it with them, because you're going to pay a monthly account fee, they can pay you, quote unquote, interest 0.25%. Well, listen, hold on. Let me explain 0.25%. If you have $1 saved in a 0.25%, that ain't even 1 cent. You all understand that? Not even 1 cent. So the long and short is this. Credit unions are financial institutions. And I think the Bahamas is probably the only jurisdiction that, in this, not only in this region, but as I travel through Europe, as I travel through North America, Canada, the United States, and most of the Caribbean islands, credit unions are widely used, and they are widely used because they are the institution for the growth and development of a population. In the Bahamas, we look down at credit unions. We think that's the poor man financial institution or for the union people. Listen to me. No union in this country owns any credit union. The credit unions are owned by the individuals that use the services and products of that organization. In essence, if you join a credit union, you become part owner because you're required upfront to buy 2 shares in that credit union. So the banks try to tell you, oh, you know, to open up an account to the credit union, you got to pay so much money, and then the money you pay, you can't use all of it. No, you can't use it because you didn't pay. You invested, for example, if it was National Workers, you would invest $200 to buy 2 shares. That shares makes you part owner. As part owner, that means you literally have a say. You literally own a piece of a financial institution. At the annual general meeting, you can vote. You can even partner or campaign You can campaign with the people who are other owners, part owners of that credit union, to elect you, to put you on a credit committee, supervisory committee, or a board of directors, which put you in the driver's seat of that financial institution. They say the Bahamians can't come together and do nothing. Well, let me give you all something else. This real talk. In 1976, November, the same month, National Workers came about by a group of people who wanted to save. We got the stigma of being the hotel credit union because the majority of those people were hotel workers. They started saving $5 each. 40, what's that? 1976 to now, 40, whatever, almost 50 years, 46 years ago. $5 each, a handful of people. Today, National Workers is a $70 million asset-based financial institution, Bahamian-owned, Bahamian-operated. Does not owe anybody other than our depositors. That's the Bahamian Credit Union. That we will be able to develop financially a larger portion of our population, thus making the Bahamas better. You can have as many bright ideas and as many bright minds in your country, but unless they have the tools to financially succeed, it will not benefit us. The credit unions are a vehicle in this country that are primed and ready to go. At any given day, the total credit union movement have at least $500 million or close to $500 million. That's the people's money. and we're ready to give it back to the people in terms of their growth and development. If you're not a part of a credit union, I suggest you join. I represent National Workers as the Chief Executive Officer. We are an open bond credit union, which means anyone can join. As long as you're a legal resident in the Bahamas, you can join. Teachers is the same way. So is Bahama Island Cooperative Credit Union. Law enforcement, public workers, those are closed bonds, which means they cater to a specific group of people. Public workers, government employees and their families. Law enforcement officers and their families. But the other ones I mentioned, open bond. Best interest rates in the country, best service in the country, but guess what? When you walk in the door, I'm your employee. I'm not the God Almighty that, when you walk in the bank that you have to deal with. I'm your employee because as a shareholder, I got to call you boss. Thank you very much.
Wasn't that informative? Mr. Poitier, how many of you all are interested in signing up for the credit union? All of us. And so, Mr. Poitier, what are going to be our steps? This is action now. We're not just here to talk. We want to see action, and we want everyone that begins here to sign up. We want to track them because this is an annual, a one-year program that we're going to follow, not your private business, just to make sure we are on course, and so we can continue to identify and create the opportunities for you.
Okay, so on the listing of all the participants, all the people that's here today, if you would indicate whether or not you're interested in the credit union, and if you have an email address on there, we will reach out to you. And if you represent a company or an entity, we can have a team come into your company at a time you desire, and we can sign you up at your place of business to make life really simple for you. Simply because now you're becoming our new bosses, so we got to cater to you too.
Give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. The digital space is our new reality. As a matter of fact, it's the pen and paper of the 21st century. So if we could imagine not going to school with a pen and paper, we would say this is really, really unbelievable. It impairs our ability to be our best. And so I am looking forward to the presentation now to the Executive Director of Island Pay. He says he has some good stuff for you to sign up, and he's going to explain what it means and why his digital space of Island Pay is important to all of us and our progress. Please welcome, who just recently talked about the challenges of inflation. He's going to tell us about that too, and how we will conquer that headwind. Please welcome Mr. Jeff Beckles.
Well, good morning. Now look, I came all the way here, sit in this cold room, and y'all answer me like that. Good morning. That's a little bit better. Amen. Well, good to have you with us today, and I am indeed privileged to be here. I want to thank Mr. Poitier for his charge to us today. He said something that is very important to us, and I want to piggyback on that. Empowerment will never be achieved without education and enablement. Don't you think about that? We could talk about empowerment all day long till we're blue in the face. But when those tools are provided to you and I, it then requires an action. Because you could get all the information you want till you become the fat cat in the room. But if you don't act on the information that is shared with you, Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. So the challenge for you today is to take the information that is being shared with you and determine the action that you are going to take. More than 50 years ago, one great Bahamian called Timothy Gibson wrote a song that we actually sang it here today. And I want to preface my statements to you today on the first line of that song. You know what it says? Lift up your head to the rising sun. The time has come for the Bahamas to lift up our heads. We become excited about everything else, all manner of things. We get excited about politics, we get excited about religion, we get excited about football and basketball and all this other stuff except progress. Very briefly about the digital space. The reality, the opportunity, and the solution. I want you to think about that now. The reality is we are living in a rapidly changing global environment that is moving from traditional means of payments to a digitized world. In fact, today, as we sit, by the end of 2023, more than 30% of all global transactions will be done on digital platforms. Think about that. Up to $5 trillion is going to be transacted in using digital platforms. Another reality is the fact that this country called the Bahamas, by the end of next year, we will have done away with checks. You know those things that were a revolutionary financial instrument decades ago? No more. In fact, in our home, we have not written a check in almost 6 years. Somebody came to the house and asked me for a check the other day. I said, check? You want to play chess or something? We don't do checks anymore. Passé. It's changing. Another reality that is by 2025, most of the cash that you and I handle today would have disappeared. Now, what year is this? 2022. Alfred, you remember back in 2020 when the world, or actually 2000, when the world was going crazy with the turn of the century? And everybody thought, whoa, what are we going to do? Well, listen, it's 22 years later. And many in this room, like many in the country, haven't done much to change. It's a reality. There's also the reality of the fact that not only is this world moving to it, has moved, not is going to move, has moved to a digital space, and that we in the Bahamas are going to be revolutionized in the way we transact business. The level of adoption for digital payments is at an astounding rate. More than 25% of the global population by the end of next year will be using only digital platforms. What does that mean for us then, in terms of opportunities? If we're going to engage you in a discussion about economic empowerment and opportunity, then it means then the opportunity rests for us to recognize what is required for us to get into business, to strive and to thrive in a business community, not only domestically, but globally. Why is that important to you as consumers and merchants? It's important because while the adoption rate in the Bahamas is unusually low, and it needs to pick up speed, trust me, it does. More and more people you and I engage are on digital platforms, which means what? If you take cash today to company X and they tell you, well, I'm sorry, we'd love ties tourists, they're no longer coming with a pocket full of cash. Not at all. So when we talk about economic empowerment, we also have to speak to the context that, in order for economic empowerment to take place, then I have to have the economic viability in order to participate. Which means then that you as a small business merchant, you as a consumer merchant, you as a major business owner must position yourself to take the money out of these digitized tourist pockets. Y'all don't believe that? Because they come in with no cash, but a whole bunch of capacity for digital payments. I was in Eleuthera a couple of months ago speaking at an event and landed in South Eleuthera. And the young man was there to pick me up. I rented a car. And so I whipped out my Island Pay card, my MasterCard, and I gave it to me. He says, we don't take cards. We only take cash. And I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I said, well, homeboy, I know you can get paid. But I here, ready to do business. Because if you had told me 3 weeks ago, when I made the reservation that you don't take cards, I would have called my boy in Governors, who was prepared to drive all the way in Rock Sound to pick me up. You know what he said? You here to speak at a business conference? I said, yes. He said, well, then somebody must know you then. I said, why you say that? He said, because I could trust you to pay me my money. He said, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you my bank account. And when you get back to Nassau, I'm going to trust you to send my money. Now, you really won't be doing business like that in this day and time? I don't think so. Because you know the average, then I ain't going there. You know the average behavior to say, brother, once I get the key, what time is my flight? I can get here early because I gone. Too bad for you, bushcrack and man gone. That is not the way you want to be doing business. Not on my integrity. Not because somebody knows me. You should be prepared to accept my digital payment. So I said to him, I have your solution. Forget your bank, because your bank can charge me to send you your money, and then your bank can charge you to take the money I send you, so you can want a bit less. I said, you have a phone? He said, yes. You have minutes on it? You have data? I said, yes. Download the app. I'll send you your money right now. No fee to you, no fee to me. You get all your rental money without fees. Opportunity. Opportunity. We don't have banks and opportunity today. We don't have banks in many of the family islands. Well, I'll tell you, this is where the solution comes in. So, the idea of empowerment rests within enablement and tooling you so that you have the tools necessary to function in a global space. So what's the solution? Island Pay developed a digital platform, a digital wallet. In fact, somebody in the back there when I was talking just now showed me his wallet. You have the Island Pay wallet, right? All right. All Sand Dollar enabled, ready to do business for you. In fact, today I'm going to move our table out in the foyer so that those of you who want to sign up can go sign up today. Let me tell you why it makes a difference. Not only do we have a consumer wallet that allows you to conduct your everyday business using digital payments and Sand Dollar, but we answered the call talking about Bahamians doing incredible things like the credit union 50 years ago, a viable entity today. But the Sand Dollar is a B-dollar currency. In fact, all it is an electronic version of the fiat, the paper money you have in your pocket. So you need to calm all your fears. It ain't no trickery in this. And it is not that other thing that people talking about right now in the news. It ain't that at all. It is backed by our central bank, insured, just like your paper money is, and protected. You could feel free to use it anytime, anywhere. But here's what we did. It's a domestic currency. Well, Island Pay decided to answer the question by the central bank in this way. How do we make Sand Dollar more user-friendly? And how do we improve the use case for Sand Dollar? We are the only KYC because we follow every time you touch your account. And here's the beauty of it. On your phone, you have the ability to manage your own money. If I lose my card, I ain't got to call no 800 number. I go into my phone and turn my card off. 10 seconds, game over. If I want to check my balance, ain't no 50-cent charge. I don't need a 75-cent charge for a receipt to check if I go to the ATM, because you could go to my ATM and withdraw it and get your receipt for free. If you were to add up annually all the fees, and you alluded to this earlier, that you get charged to manage your money, You will cry. The point I'm making is this. It's not about throwing shade on any institution. It's about keeping pace with the reality of change that is going to set you free to be able to exist and thrive in a globalized, changing economic environment. So as a small businessman, we don't only have a consumer wallet, we have an SME wallet designed for you as a small business, because most small businesses in the Bahamas don't have a relationship with the bank. Real talk. We have solved that problem. We've enabled you as a SME to be able to have access to a fully KYC'd digital wallet that allows you to accept payments and to make payments in this change environment. Why is it also important? I travel a lot. The fellow selling water on the street could accept my dollar on his phone from my phone. The fellow selling coconut water and tart and cake in all these other metropolitan cities we travel to, you go to New York. The fellow on the street with a cart selling you water and Gatorade and Coke and ginger ale is equipped to accept a digital payment. And we still here in the Bahamas running on about, oh, they want us to change. You better change. Because if you don't change, you ain't going to have no job, which means that you ain't going to have the discipline to save what you ain't got. So we have to adapt to the new environment. But then here's the other solution that we made. Remember all those tourists that come here that I talked about? And we talking about our numbers pre-2019 and rah, 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 ray, ray, ray. Well, guess what? We have now created a wallet, a sand dollar wallet for tourists. Now, you and I both know tourists from all walks of life get told, don't go downtown with no money. Don't go over the hill with no money, because you can get robbed. Real talk. I ain't telling y'all nothing we don't know. So what do tourists have a tendency to do? They come on the cruise ship, and they go downtown with no money in their pocket, which means what? They are not motivated to buy, which means you straw vendor, you coconut water seller, you wood carver, you jet ski operator, you lounge chair and umbrella seller on the beach, you stuck because you can't transact business. Well, guess what we did? We got an approval from the central bank to launch the first ever Sand Dollar enabled tourist wallet, which allows a tourist to buy up to $5,000 worth of Sand Dollar. And guess where they come in to spend their money? Right here in the Bahamas. You realize what we just did? We have now enabled you as a hair braider, and you as a straw vendor, and you as a jet ski operator, and you, and you, and you, with all your tart and with all these other things that we love to sell and all your craft, we've now enabled you to earn a living. Right here in the Bahamas. So I close by saying this. I spoke about the opportunity, the reality, sorry. I've spoken about the opportunity, and I've given you the solution. I will close where I started. The question is, what are you going to do with the information that has been shared with you? Right there's a young man sitting there with his laptop, ready to sign you up. And if you have no data on your phone, no need to worry. He'll hotspot you. Because liberation starts today. And it's important for us to understand that. And so I close with these very few tips that I want to leave with you, and to think about this. God created this world in a most remarkable way, and only He could do it. The tools that He provided for us were to go work, go rest, and recreate. He provided us tools in terms of giving us the ability to get knowledge so that we can share it with you. So I say to you today, think globally while you're acting locally. Because the Bahamas is too small for your limited success. We have to think about how we are impacting people's lives beyond our shores. Think globally while you act locally. Invest in yourself. And here's the most important one. Become a digital citizen today. Don't wait for tomorrow. Go see Him and start positioning yourself to become a participant in our economic success. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you all so much, and look forward to seeing you at the top. God bless you.
Come on, give him another round of applause. Can someone say, I am a digital citizen? You know, wealth is created through savings. And as we prepare to have Kelsey Paul come up and give a testimony, we're gonna shift a little bit and get some motivation with Mr. Grant, because again, you can access opportunity, but if your mindset is not right, you'll lose it. But before we have Mr. Grant come on, we're going to do a little Bahamian music, and so you can get some coffee and tea. And I see you need something hot. We're coming down to that break right after Ms. Kelsey. But I want to take a moment and have the NGOs wave. I see the founder of Women United and her husband here. I am so grateful for your support. Any other NGOs here? I see Ms. Hannah Carey. Yes, with BUT here. Is the Bahamas Union of Teachers here yet? All right. Any other NGOs? Wave your hands. All righty. Give them a round of applause. And Ms. Fritz? Seawell Society. Oh, oh my goodness, we got her. Come on, give them a round of applause. It's working together. We think it's very important, and I'm going to ask Ms. Kelsey Paul to make her way to the stage. And as she comes, we want to put our energy, our faith behind her. I want her to tell her story raw. And we got to build a community of love. And we want to watch her for the year and set her up to succeed. Why? Opportunity is always watching and evaluating you. She is one of the hardest working young ladies that I see. She works in a restaurant as a waitress, and she takes ownership. You would think it is her business. And so some of us now are in the pit. I like what Mr. Beckel said about, sometimes our approach is, I think it was Mr. Poitier actually, our approach is, if I get this Lexus, I could feel successful. People would accept me. When I ran into problems with jams, I was driving a Jaguar. See that guy right there? He's a real estate guy. I invited him because he's also very generous, and I want him to look and see how he's going to guide us, because we're going to have Ms. Tamika Hanna and Frannon Wilson is going to come in a short while. But when we have a community, and he saw that I was in problems, can I tell you, he walked up in that Jam's office and say, you take this. I opened that thing, that was 8 figures he put in there. That's the kind, opportunity is always watching you. And so I want her to tell your story, because sometimes some of us are so deep down and we ain't know what to do to get out. So please welcome Miss Kelsey Paul with all your love. Come on, give her a round of applause.
Good morning to all. All right, I just wanted to share my story of how I became from a single parent to a successful parent and my journey. In society, everything has to be based on perfection, but I have lived long enough to experience and know that there is indeed something called making the best out of an ugly situation. I am the product of a child and a family where there was mother and family married, but my father was absent, so it was a dysfunctional home. I am now a mother to a 2-year-old. I didn't anticipate being a single parent. However, circumstances beyond my control rendered me a single parent. My ideal family type was a nuclear family with mother, family, father and children. However, it did not work that way. I thought the person that I chose to parent with would just be that of a good parent, despite whatever may happen between him and I, that he would be there for me and my daughter. To my surprise, it didn't turn out that way. When my daughter was 8 months, her father and I split up. I was heartbroken, but I didn't let that get to me. I got back on my feet and I ventured out. Growing up wasn't easy. My siblings and I had to wash clothes on our hands, but I am happy to say that I graduated from that. I have my washer and dryer at home. I'm able to live comfortably with my daughter. I am able to send my daughter to one of the best schools in town. All right. I am also able to afford to give my daughter, I have a nanny at home, a living nanny. I'm able to pay for that, you know. So I just want to encourage you guys. Just to name a few things of, back in 2017, I was driving my car around town. My car was on E. I had my clothes in the car. I was kind of sleeping in my car, parking in the gas station parking lot. But I can stand here to say today that I am living in a 2-bedroom home with my daughter. And, so I just want to encourage you guys, the only thing I was given was an opportunity. I took that and I ran. In 2017, I walked into Curly's Restaurant and Bar, where I am now the manager. I got promoted on my maternity leave, all right? So I just want to let you know that opportunity presents itself. You just have to be willing to take that and do something with it, okay? Oftentimes, we hear people say to leave it to God. It may sound cliche, but I can tell you one thing. I tried it and it worked for me. On some days, it will be challenging. I'm not going to lie. But one thing I take comfort in is that I pray to God daily for a peace of mind, that whatever I need, whether it be physically, mentally, or emotionally, I know God will come through for me. So today, whatever your circumstances are, rest assured that it won't be like that forever. When it rains, the clouds get very dark. But after the rain, the sun comes out. So these are just seasons. Some days it may feel more challenging than others, but it will get better. Surround yourself with positive people who encourage, uplift, motivate, and believe in you. I was lucky enough to have my personal mentor, like Mr. Vincent McDonald, owner of Curly's Restaurant and Bar, and Mr. Ronald Pierre. They inspired me, but most importantly, they believed in me. So I admonish you today to turn to God and let him charter your call. Lastly, take care of yourself. The essence of being a good parent is putting your own needs first. This does not mean compromising your parenting. It does mean keeping yourself as grounded and as stress-free as possible so you can give your child or children the wonderful childhood they deserve. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Bartlett for giving me this opportunity. I feel honored. I appreciate you guys, and thank you for having me.
Come on, stand up for her. Yes, I'm telling you. She's determined to have a better future. Hey, we are all born to be great. All born to be great. And we're going to watch her through the year. And we're going to see her break ground for her own duplex or triplex. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, let's give us a little Bahamian something here. When we finish, when you hear that music stop, it means that you need to come back because we want to give all the speakers their time. So isn't this good so far? Can you look to somebody and say, hey, hey? You're looking at greatness. One more time, hey, hey, hey. You're looking at Ralph. Yes. All right. So we're going to get, those of you who want to start with the Island Pay, get a little coffee. We're going to have, what y'all going to do so we can do like this for a minute? 5-minute break. Dwight Grant to speak on the role of mentorship in your business. When God said to mankind, male and female, be rulers of industry. If you are a ruler, you are a leader. And if you are a leader of industry, that means you're not born to be poor. It means that we don't know who we are, whose we are, and what to do to access our inheritance from the kingdom. So one of the first things that we have to do is change our mindset and know if we find ourselves in a poor, where our expenses exceed, as I learned from Mr. Poitier, what our income is, that we got to do something different. And the thing he told us to do different to have rulership of industry is that we have to be productive and we have to have mentors. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a young, talented Bahamian who has his expertise in human resource and training, Mr. Grant. He is going to be one of our mentors, by the way. He's going to work with us through this year and make sure all is sharp, eh? Mr. Dwight Grant, please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. If you enjoyed the session thus far, put your hands together one more time. These are the kinds of forum that's invaluable, and we don't want to take it for granted. I've been home in the Bahamas now for some 7 years, and sometimes it can become very disappointing when you are part of different organizations and different events, and you have great opportunities like Mr. Poitier and Mr. Beckles, and individuals come and share, but Bahamians treat you like you ain't nobody. Like what you saying ain't nothing. But you broke. And you struggling. We understand it's a spiritual problem too, but we want to be conscious and aware, present in the moment. You don't want your mind to be everywhere while you're trying to evolve. And this is what I believe this session today is doing. Of course, protocol already being established, I am grateful to Dr. Bartlett for this opportunity. My role and my assignment is to share with you the importance of mentorship and how that can lead you into a successful life if you pay attention. I want to start out by making a statement, and I want you to pay attention to this statement because I think it's going to help us navigate what it is that I'm going to be sharing with you this morning. When you have done nothing all your life, doing something will always seem like too much. When you have done nothing all your life, doing something will always seem like too much. I notice that every single day on the job when people come in to look for employment, and I sit down with them and I question them about their past and their working experience, and they act as though I owe them something. And they want the job. In 2008, my wife and I lived between Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Bermuda. And we started a business and a ministry. And I said to my wife, I said, I want to be truly successful. I want to understand what it takes to really get to where I want to be. But I don't know where that is because I don't know what it takes. But I'm going to find someone who's going to help me do that. So in 2008, I did some research and I found a wealthy billionaire in Baltimore, Maryland. I spoke to my administrator and I said, listen, I want you to go ahead and make contact with them. They may not answer you. They may turn you down because, you know, you're in an island, you're a little fella, you're nobody. But I still want you to attempt to reach out to them because I need to meet with these people. My administrator went ahead and made the call, and about half an hour later, she rushed into my office. She said, "You would not believe it. I spoke to the gentleman himself. They said, book your flight, come and stay at their house." So immediately I said to my wife, I said, "I'm not going to fly all the way to Baltimore to meet with this billionaire to let him know I need him to mentor us because we want what they have." She said, "What you want to do?" I said, "I want to take a $10,000 check." Everybody's silent. Did I say something wrong? So what we did is we got a manager's check and we flew all the way to Baltimore. When we got to his office, we went in, sat down with him. I started to introduce who we were and what we were doing. I said, "But before we start, I want to present you with something. I know you're busy. I know it's taking a lot for you to meet with us today, but I need you to have this." So I gave him the check. He opened it. And before he said another word, he said, "Hold on." He pressed the button, called for his wife who was in the other room and said, "Come in here." His wife came in, sat down. He showed the check to her. And then he looked at me and my wife and he said, "You all are serious. That's what it takes. Before you want somebody to invest in you, you must invest in yourself." I found out that I wanted it so bad, but I needed this man who was already in outer space to understand, I'm serious. I'm not going to waste your time. He said, "I tell you what, we're not going to meet in my office." He called his personal chef who prepared a lunch for us in the very next room. We went next door into that room and we had lobster and steak. And what was interesting about this whole scenario, the individuals who were serving us, and they came in with drinks and they came in with water and they asked us, "Are you allergic to anything? And can we get anything else for you?" were his sons and his daughters. I said, "Wait a minute. So what you're teaching us immediately as we are seeking mentorship is that you have to be a servant first. You must be humble, a heart that is prepared to serve others before they serve you." He said, "My children know the kinds of money I have, but I tell them they will have none of it if they're unable to serve others." And don't tell them who he is. You know, that's my daddy. Serve them. We did not know they were their children until we were invited to stay at their home. And we noticed that the same people were walking through the kitchen. Billionaires. You must be prepared to invest in yourself when you want to reach a particular goal that is going to require all of you. I believe that sometimes we are in the moment emotional about where we want to go, but we are not quite prepared to do what it takes to get there. So what we tend to do is we buy fake bags, fake hair, fake shoes, fake watch, fake clothes, and we pontificate. But we are broken people who have no true or real motivation to go or do anything. Investing in yourself is finding someone who's already modeling and having what it is you want and making inroads to that individual to help you. And if they turn you down the first day, go the second day. They turn you down the second day, go the third day. It is said that a mentor is an experienced and trusted advisor. It's a relationship that is built over time. True. But watch this. 76% of most people believe that mentorship is important, but only 37% will ever find one. A mentor's role, in part, is to guide you and to help you acquire the skill that is understanding. It requires skill to truly understand, to develop the mental capacity that will enable you to achieve your goal. Sometimes when we truly find out what it takes to reach a goal, we become so discouraged we go in the opposite direction. Because we realize, man, that can be too much, man. Well, my wife and I decided that we were going to go and visit these multimillionaires, billionaires on a third trip. So when we visited them, they said, all right, you're going to stay in our home. We have a suite that we're going to put you in, and we want you to enjoy yourself. Now, just remember, we have an early morning, so we need you up at 5 o'clock because we start our day early. Now, keep in mind, these are older folks, and they're saying to us, be prepared, 5 o'clock in the morning. So my wife and I, we did not sleep. No, literally. No, literally, we up in the bed, eyes wide open, because we're scared, we're nervous. These people are billionaires. We don't know this world. This is a different environment for us. So around 3 o'clock, we were upstairs in the kitchen, and we were just sitting down silent, and it's dark outside, and there's nobody around. So we said, we want to show them that we're going to be up early, and we're going to be up early before them. We sat in the kitchen, and at 4:45, our mentor and his wife came downstairs, and they said, oh, wonderful, you're here. My driver will be out shortly. So the driver was there on time, 5 o'clock. We went into the vehicle, this black pristine SUV, gorgeous. So we drove to their place of business. We got into this exquisite helicopter, flew from where that place was to the airport, went into the jet, went to Atlanta, then flew back, and then did some business there. Then we went back into the jet and flew to another part of the country, and this was done all day. And so we came back about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was like, wow, we had a full day. We jumped into the SUV, and we never got home until 1 o'clock in the morning. Now, how did I know it was 1 o'clock in the morning? Because me and my wife were sleeping in the back of the SUV, and when they went over a bump, we woke up. And when we woke up, we met the two of them in front talking about the next day. Listen to me. I looked at my wife and I said, are you sure you won't be successful? Because what it's telling me is that you will not be able to sleep. And I love sleep. But it was in that moment that I recognized that if I truly wanted to reach the stratosphere of success in whatever God has called me to do, I needed to understand that my sleep was going to be interrupted. I need to be motivated by the thing that God has called me to do that I have not reached yet. I cannot sleep. I cannot sit back and wait for somebody to do it for me. I have to do it myself. Well, you need a mentor. And they did not wake us up. They did not say, hey, we're not finished yet. They allowed us to sleep. So when we got back to the house, 1 o'clock in the morning, he said, okay, you guys can go to sleep, but you know we're back up at 5 again. I tell my wife this the last time we come in here. These people don't understand. We don't do things like this. I ain't coming back to these people no more. And I started to have an attitude. How many of us are on our jobs today and we want more money and we want to do better, but when the boss places a demand on us, we have an attitude? I said to my wife, I said, okay, it looks like we are going to have to shift our mindset. In that moment, we developed an understanding that was completely different from our original thought. Your mentor's job is to help you shift paradigm. That's it. Write that down. That's important. Anyone that you are going to have in your life to mentor you is going to have a challenge, because a mind that refuses to change is like a door on a rusty hinge. It is hard to open and it is hard to close. So before you go to anyone to ask them to help you and to mentor you, you must be prepared to go the distance first. I listened to Miss Paul while she was talking, and I realized that she said her boss was her mentor. But I found out, even in her speaking, that what motivated her was the bottom of the barrel. Sometimes you got to get to nothing before you realize I died. Mentoring is a perfect segue to Mr. Poitier's and Mr. Beckel's speech, because they're talking to you about being financially viable and successful. But these things will not be something you can grasp unless your paradigm changes. It has to shift, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care what you hear. I don't care who teaches it. I mean, we can have all kind of things presented to you. But nobody can do for you what you won't do for yourself. I tell people all the time, they ask me, well, how can I find my purpose? I said, listen to me. Purpose is not a destination, it's a designation. You must become you. It's a fingerprint. Well, to become you is more difficult than you originally thought, because we are used to being imitators. Okay, all right. Watch this. See, a mentor will challenge your understanding of things. It must be vetted to expose your deficits. See, when my mentor challenges me, he is challenging my understanding. He wants me to expose my deficit in the way I think. He said, Dwight, your way of thinking about things is a little off, but I'm going to have to vet you. So I need you to expose how you think. Open your mouth and talk. Tell me about you. Tell me about what it is you want to achieve. Well, while you try to explain yourself, your mentor is then able to identify that you're a little off. Here's what I found out. Most people fear exposure, especially when it comes to being wrong. But vulnerability is not a weakness. It's a strategic posture that guarantees opportunity and access. Understanding must be tested in 4 areas. Understanding must be tested. And let me say this real quick. I know we ain't in church, but I just feel the Holy Spirit. All right? Just bear with me. Matthew 6:33, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things shall be added unto you. And it's quite interesting. This word seek is the most important word in the entire text. Not the kingdom, not righteousness. I found out that the word seek doesn't mean to look. The word seek is actually translated to think or to meditate in order to understand. So, in essence, what the text is telling you is that understanding is your primary objective when it comes to anything you do. But understanding is not the acquiring of information. Understanding is becoming. See, only when you truly understand something, you become it. Becoming something refers to your innate ability to expose the glory of God that's already inside you. Only when you truly understand, you can let him out. Okay, all right, let me wrap this up. 4 things, right? The first thing that your mentor will do in terms of testing and vetting your understanding, he wants to test and vet your understanding for authenticity. You must become original. Your mentor is not going to teach you to become him or her. I can share a brief story. I can remember I was at university and I was quite upset. I wrote my first book. I sent it to my mentor at that time, and I was waiting for him to respond to me. He would not respond to me. I was angry with God, and I said, enough is enough. Everybody else can reach out to their mentor, but he is not responding to me, and I need to know if he's going to forward my book. God said to me while I was heading to a class one day, he said, I never called you to do what he does. I called you to find out why. When a mentor mentors you, he or she is teaching you to find your why. That's your personal conviction. That will not change no matter who's in your presence or presence you're in or where you go. Secondly, a mentor will test your understanding for durability. You must be able to stand under the weight of your call. You cannot quit. I've been in situations, I'm a director of operations at a particular organization here in the Bahamas, and I understand what it means to be in meeting and get cussed out. To be in some serious issues and not crumble under the weight of the responsibility. I want to be rich. You sure? You really sure? I want a business. You sure? Because you know you ain't get no sleep. And don't you dare think that that money is coming into your hands in the first 5 to 7 or 10 years. Okay, all right. You'll be losing money, hemorrhaging it, and wondering, wait a minute. I came here to be a millionaire, but I spending out more millions. And all I eating is bread and tuna. A mentor will test your ability to withstand the pressure. Thirdly, a mentor will test your ability to last, longevity. Can you outlast your critics? Because you will have people who do not like you and do not want you to succeed. Listen to me carefully. It took me 50 years to realize that people don't like you. If you don't settle with that now, I am promising you, you are going to have problems for the rest of your life, because you are going to want to please everybody at every time, and you can't do it because no matter what you do, they will not like you. Your conviction is personal. It has nothing to do with whether anybody likes you. It is God who's placed that creative genius inside you, and he's the only one that you got to please. I had to figure that out 50 years later. Every time I lift up my head, I look to God. I can't look at people, because every time I look at people, I'll give up. But God said to me, keep your face lifted. Lastly, a mentor will test the soundness of your thinking. Are you balanced? Are you off? Are you too much over here and too much over there? Are you emotional? Are you an emotional roller coaster? I worked in Bermuda at a clinical facility for 7 years. Worked with clinicians, occupational therapists, family therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists. A part of my job was to go into schools, homes, certified parenting, and assess the classroom to see whether or not this was a exceptional learning environment. And sometimes teachers did not like me when I showed up because it means I could tell them, y'all doing foolishness in here. You got too much paraphernalia on the wall. The children can't think. It's too stimulating, right? Here's what I found out. When people come to me for mentoring or for training, whatever it is, I assess them within the first 5 seconds. And then I realize this person needs more than me. They need a therapist. No, we got to listen. There was a research done here in the Bahamas, and the gases that come from the road, out of the cars onto the road, come up off the road, is so toxic that you don't know what you're driving in every day. And you'll see people on the road driving, and you'll see them acting crazy and cursing and carrying on. You think, okay, these something's wrong with them. Now, yes, they got pressures. Some things are going on, but they're being poisoned every day. And some of these people can't even think straight. They don't even want to go to work. Some of them sit in the parking lot and wait for hours before they go inside because they feel like they're going to slap somebody. People are so pressured today, they don't even want to go in their own house. Children begging for food, can't eat. No, man, listen to me. Some stuff going on. These are people you see every single day. Hurting. I don't pontificate when it comes to my messages and I teach or train people. I go straight to the core. Individuals need help. And sometimes they don't even know how to get out of their own way. They don't. So when I talk to people and I hear them talking, one person was sharing with me the other day some issues they were going through, and I was giving them the answers to resolve the problem, and then they started repeating everything they told me at the beginning, and I realized they don't need my help. They need a therapist. And what I found out, I remember being in a peer review with some of the doctors, and they said, okay, Mr. Grant, you're a pastor, so you can come from a spiritual perspective. Can you help us understand why is it that pastors believe that persons who have mental issues, the only thing you need to do for them is pray, and the devil will come out? I said, well, that's how we were taught, you know. But being in that environment, I started to learn that there are chemicals in the brain. And when these chemicals are low or there's a deficit, you begin to malfunction. And in order to help you bring balance to your life, sometimes you may have to go on medication. I'm not an advocate for medication because I know what it can do. But what I'm saying, here's what the doctor said to me. He says, okay, fine, let's work with you. I'll put them on medication so that they can come back off there wherever they are. And when they come back down to baseline, then you can pray for them. I said, so we can work together. Because sometimes people are so high mentally, you can't talk to them. You cannot talk to them. Ain't nothing you can do for them. Now you can pray that God intervenes and sends somebody that they would listen to or where they would go to help them. I had a young man in my service and he wanted to talk to me. I would get calls from the clients and they would say this young man that I sent to them would be laying on the floor talking to himself. So I said, okay, I got to mentor this fellow, but he is challenged mentally. So what did I do? I went and I did background checks on him, and I called his mother. His mother began to share with me what took place in his life, how when he was 13, him and his cousins were smoking some weed, and his cousins laced the weed, and it sent him off his head. So I said, okay, the second thing I need to do is I need to check with his doctor because there must be a history of him somewhere. So I went ahead to the doctor. Now, as an employer, we don't really do this. But I had to take this opportunity to save this young man because I know he was desperate to be healed and to be whole, but nobody was out there ready to handle that. So I made a call to the doctor, and the doctor says, if you could get him here, we could get him back into treatment. We could even get him back into Sandilands, and we can bring him back to baseline. It took me 3 weeks to get that young man back into the care of his doctors. He went back into a hospital, and today he's back at baseline. Mentorship. Let me end on this. Nothing is yours until you find it. Personal discovery is the goal of an authentic mentor. Expansion is impossible without exposure. You cannot expand, you cannot grow unless you are prepared to expose yourself. Never ask for anything more if you're going to fail to prepare for it. Diversity will always be your value. Mentors help you to cultivate what is uniquely you. Self-development requires courage and honesty. Now, they say that there are 7 types of mentors. I don't know if I'm going to give them all to you today, but I'm going to give you a few. The first mentor is the traditional mentor. This is most often an older person and can be termed as a father or a mother. This person will spend time with you and speak into you as a father. You have issues, you can go to them and they can assist you. This individual is typically what we find here in the Bahamas. Most of us are familiar with spiritual fathers or spiritual mothers. And these are individuals that we sometimes feel most comfortable with. But here's what I have learned. Sometimes young people or people in general are hurting so bad. They see someone with a title, someone who's older and may have an appearance of success, and they go to these individuals seeking help, and the only thing they find is abuse. So even while I'm talking about finding a mentor, I'm also here to help you understand that you have got to be able to give time to finding out who people really are. So before you approach anybody to say, hey, you want them to mentor you or father you or whatever, talk to 1 or 2 people that know them. Don't tell them what you really want to do. Just say, hey, I've been looking at so-and-so. I really appreciate them. What do you think about them? Now, I'm not asking you to seek out gossip. What I'm saying to you is you have to vet the individuals you are going to want to be in your personal space. Because you can be so overwhelmed by what it is you're going through. Whatever these individuals tell you to do, you do it because you feel they have your best interests at heart when they're trying to satisfy themselves. And by the way, do not mentor, if your mentor's in here, do not mentor anybody that has been raped or molested in any form or fashion. Do not do that. And the reason I'm saying that is if that person has already been in care, what they are going to naturally do is come towards you and build a relationship that is unhealthy. So be careful with that. I'm going to give you the last one and I'm out. This is a practical mentor. A practical mentor is someone, when you have an issue, you have a problem that you're facing, will give you practical steps to solving it. That's all they're there for. They're going to speak to you raw. They're going to give it to you clear. They're not going to mince words. If you committed a crime, they're going to say, go to the police. A practical mentor is only there to give you clear-cut direction to solve a problem that you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grant. Wasn't that profound? Very practical. Come on, give him a round of applause. We want to finish all of our presentations by 11:45 so that you can have some time to ask questions. I'm sure that you have questions that you want to ask. And so I want to invite one of our entrepreneurs from Acklands, Crooked Island. Listen, we have family islands involved. You know, ownership requires a mindset. And sometimes we think it's where we come from. No. What is your internal and external environment? Let's welcome a very successful entrepreneur, Mrs. Anita Pratt Verdecia. Did I go?
Good morning. Is it still morning? Okay.
A few minutes left.
Okay, great. I am so elated. I am so happy to be here today. And thank you, Dr. Butler. Thank you. Yes, I am an island woman. I am an Acklands and Crooked Island woman. And I'm so happy today to see so many of my family and people who I know from my home inside here today. Actually, I was sitting right next to my cousin, Miss Hannah. So when you talk about the Hannah Hasty Tynes, the Corleys, the Cunningham, the Deans, that's me. So all of my Acklands folks in here today, and those who are watching, I'm happy to be here with you. I've been given a topic to talk about, to share with you. And you know, when I was putting this together, I had to ask the question. I said, I wonder if I could put God in this a little bit. But when I got in here this morning, and then when the minister started to talk about God, and then when Dr. Bartlett started to talk about God, and when my brother started to talk about God, and when my other two brothers started to talk about God, I got really, really comfortable. I felt really, really good. I said, now, okay, I ain't going off course. I'm going to stick on course. My topic, the mindset that attracts ownership and opportunities. I'm standing on before I start, the established protocol, and good day to all of you. I want to borrow a line from the book, The Secret. Now, some people say that's a controversial book, but I read it. Thoughts become things. Thoughts become things. If you have a very strong mindset, you will not only attract positivity towards you, your life will also influence others, and your action will determine whether you be successful or whether you fail. Remember now, it's in the mind. Thoughts become things. I am reminded of Jesus, and that's why I said when I get a little biblical, I feel okay now. When he told the parable of the rich man and his servants, clearly it tells us that you can take a small investment, a small thought. You could hide it, you could multiply it, or you could turn it into something fabulous. And on the flip side of that, you can take a large thought, a big thought. Sometimes we think big, and we can make that a multi-million-dollar investment. That is because you may have one talent, and we're not all equal, you know. You may have 5 talents. You may have the ability to think outside the box more than the other person. But it begins where? In your mind. We were all placed here to work, to create, to follow the purpose of God, what He has designed for each of us. Not only to do good for ourselves, but to do good to help humanity. And in helping humanity, you attract positivity. You attract opportunities to yourself or to your business. We were put here not only, like I said, to help each other. So in your pursuit, whether it is building, construction, like my family will talk about, IT, finance, training, teaching, retail, wholesale, wherever you find your gifting, your talent, having the right attitude will propel you to opportunities not only for yourself, but for the good of humanity. Developing an entrepreneurial mindset will take you to another level, and sometimes it will take you into the unknown. Sometimes, I heard somebody talk about going to the edge or going to the cliff. Sometimes you're on a cliff and you have to take the leap. And you know what the natural instinct is? You have this idea, this wonderful idea, and you're like, should I do this? Is this a good idea? The instinct is, the natural instinct is to say, I'm going to run into my safe zone. And what is your safe zone? You take a flight into your safe zone. That job, the job. Or you may just sit on the seat of do nothing. Or you may just procrastinate and say, man, I got this idea, but I don't know. You must rely on your inner strength. Rely on the promise that He who knows your plan knows best for you. When you feel it, you understand it, you work on it. It starts in your mind, creating the right mindset for opportunities that will come to you. Coming from a small family island like Auckland's, you know, we're small in population while we have, very long island. I was never exposed to business at all. Actually, my mother, she was a homemaker. She was a farmer. She was in charge of the Board of Works down in Morant Bay and Pompey Bay. I never dreamt that one day that I will get into business and start a business. It never was on my radar because back then I really didn't know how to do it. In 1978, I joined the staff of Bahamas Air. And in 1979, I realized quickly my purpose. That my purpose here on earth was wrapped up in wanting to do good for a greater purpose. Why? When I was exposed to being able to travel, to see the world and see opportunities, I started my first business. I started selling clothing, jewelry, shoes. I was a teenager. I was in my teens. I was not only interested in making money, I was also interested in those women, the young women like my age at that time, who couldn't afford to go in Femme Boutique or La Rose or the 17 shop and buy those expensive clothing. I went to Miami on the weekend, bought my clothing, come back with my suitcase, and I went to my friends, my family, my church members, and I said, y'all want to buy something? And they eagerly purchased the clothing. Not only was I making money, I was filling a need that was necessary at that time. I was helping some young women, helping them along the way. My pursuit followed over the years, and I'm not afraid of challenge. I'm not afraid of the unknown. If anybody know anything about Anita, you know that I will take the leap, I will take the step. I think sometimes outside the box. Many times I thought outside the box. And sometimes the road was really, really rocky, really, really rough. But I was not afraid of failure. And you know, many of us in here today, some of you may want to get into business. And you might say, oh man, I'm scared. I don't think this can work out. Take the leap. Take the leap. Failure is inevitable and a part of any success story. Many at the top, have their past littered with failures. The greatest risk yields the greatest reward. And I say that again. The greatest risk yields the greatest reward. Sometimes you might have to take a couple risks to realize your true purpose. I realized I was given some talents and chose to work my gifts, my talents, for the greater good. Some 12 years ago, I transitioned back to my island. I went back to Auckland. And when I decided to go back to Auckland, people in Nassau thought I was crazy. You going back to Auckland, to that rock? Only mosquitoes there? You sure you want to do that? When my kids, I had 3 children in university at the same time in Canada, and when they were completed, that's when I decided I was going to move back home. And they didn't come to me and tell me that. They went to my sister, Addie, we just reached and mommy gone. I went because I had to fulfill my purpose. My purpose is wrapped up in Auckland and Crooked Island. I wanted to grow where I knew that God had planted me. I went home to fulfill my purpose here in life. And some of you today, your purpose may mean going back to another area or your home or moving away from the norm. Identify your purpose and follow your purpose. It's wrapped up in God. Do you know what your gifts and talents are? Are you ready to change your mindset to attract ownership opportunities? Not only for yourself, you know, but to fulfill your purpose here on earth. Each of us was placed here for a reason, for a purpose. Jeremiah said, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future." This is a message of hope and a promise of a good future. We need to learn to cling to our belief that God is moving in our lives and changing the mindset of us, because most times we tend to lean on the side of insecurity. I'm not sure. I cannot believe that I can do this. But it all starts in your mind. Never be derailed. If you fall down, start over again. We cannot allow fear and doubt to paralyze your thoughts. Remember, your thoughts will become whatever you allow it to be. Realize your talents, your gifts, your ideas that are good and positive. Enter into your mind. Make sense of what you should do. Find the resources. The brother talked about finding a mentor. Find people who are positive, people who are going in the right direction, people who are available to you. And from being in here today, there are many people that you can lean on. Those people will help guide you to fulfill your purpose, to attract opportunities to you. Sometimes you may have to step out of the box, Sometimes you may have to go with the norm. Take your challenge. Don't go with the norm. You have to move away and say, man, how can I do this? Can I make it? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Change your mind. The first step to opportunities and economic empowerment that we've been talking so much about, it starts with your thoughts, with your mind. So we all were given talents. We are the stewards of our ideas and thoughts. And they just didn't come to you, They were given to you by God. They don't belong to you. Those gifts that you have and I have, all of us have gifts in here. They do not belong to us. They were given to us by our Creator to manage those gifts that He has given us, those talents. And in doing so, if you manage it correctly, you will attract opportunities to you. Others will come out of their way to help you. I can tell you, I have experienced that over and over again. A good example of this is, I have a family member who worked in an offshore bank, and her bank entrusted into her millions of dollars. And she was a portfolio investment manager, and she managed huge accounts. The bank trusted her. They entrusted in her hands, in her care, millions of dollars from their client. At the end of the day, she made money for her bank. The bank made money for their client, and the bank rewarded her substantially for the investments that she made. What did she do? She used her abilities and her talent. The same thing God has done to us. He has entrusted us with talents and ideas and visions. We've got to run with it. In your pursuit of ownership and self-fulfillment, remember now, you're attracting opportunities to you. When opportunities present themselves to you, even in this room today, be aware of the dream killers. Be aware of the dream killers, the naysayers, those who are just floating along in life and they know where they're going, They have not even identified their own purpose, but they have the most to tell you and they have the most advice to give you, but no knowledge of what they are talking about. My brothers and sisters, be aware of them. When they come your way, and guess what? Those people are right in your environment. They're right on your job. They're right in your home. Those people are right in the church. You go to them with an idea, they can tell you, oh, child, pray about it. And then they can tell you, oh, well, I think that's a good idea. And when you look down the road, they're doing the same thing. Any of you ever experienced that? See a hand in the back there? Do not spend time around those people, those kinds of people. Stay away from them. When we talk about entrepreneurship and ownership, most of the small businesses in the Bahamas, medium and small, runs the economy of this country. Most of them, not the government. We all think it's the government, you know. The small and medium-sized business, they are the ones who play a crucial role in sustaining the economy of our country. When we realize we have an idea and it appears to be sensible, profitable, activate it. Not only you're doing it for yourself, you're doing it for the good of your society or your community or your country. Helping your country to grow with the right vision is why God again placed you here while you have your allotted time on earth. See yourself, use your product, your service, your ideas to do something good. And creativity and opportunity will be attracted to you. You will feel good when you see you are moving, your company is moving forward. Now, you can have little rough days. Remember that. Change your mindset. You know, I heard the ministers talk about the apartment, and I said, boy, she must have was thinking about me. The idea of wanting to be a landlord, start with a small apartment. My family island people, some of the young ladies, they come to me and say, man, Miss Nita, I want one house for me and my children. Listen, build some villas, build a little cottage. People want to come and spend vacation on the island. Why you can put money? I mean, everybody want a nice house, right? That's a dead investment. Get some little villas, add one Airbnb, add one room onto your house and rent it out. You'll be amazed. Somebody asked me the other day, some bonefishers at the airport, Miss, are there any homes here on the island? We want to spend a month. We don't want to go back because it's too cold. None in Auckland and Crooked Island. No second homes available. I'm going to leave now. My time is winding down. Listen, we have to start to think outside the box. We have to do what is right to change your mindset. Work on your gifts, your talents, your business ideas. Set your goals. If you didn't reach it, reflect on the barriers that stopped you from reaching it and achieving it, and start over again. If you're thinking in going into business, use your place of employment to practice good business skills. Act as if, like that young lady, if the company belonged to you, instill in yourself a culture of accountability, purpose, leadership. Now, I know some of you are going to say, man, me on that job? I ain't doing that. I had to get my salary at the end of the month. No, take the company, make it yours wherever you work, whether it's government or private. And at the end of the day, those same skills you will transfer into your own business. Understanding the right mindset will propel you forward into ownership opportunities. So as I leave, let's find our purpose. Let's find our ideas. Let's find our beginning, our talents. And it all begins where? In your mind. What will now be your action today to change your mindset? Thank you, and God bless you all.
Really so powerful. Give her another round of applause. Practical. It's a mindset that gives you access to opportunity. Just before we come to the two real estate gurus, I'm so honored that a little while back, we have the second generation Wilson, Mr. Franon Wilson. You know, I get excited when we see families in the Bahamas having generational legacies, that he is able to continue his business and his parents can know that all of his sisters, he's the one man, they have earned a position in leadership, in success. And I can't wait to hear from him and Ms. Tamika Hanna on the real estate in the practical ways that we are going to get our duplex, triplex, whatever plex it is. But I want to introduce our next speaker. And Reverend Palacios is so humble. And what I am today, I can say her mother, Mrs. Cynthia Bosfield, was my head mistress in St. Anne's. I believe because of that foundation, besides my family life, my parenting, she was such a woman of class, of discipline, of love. And when she would walk, man, your heart used to start beating with admiration. And you better don't have your skirt too short, because she'd make you kneel down, and if it's too short, bop! You got to rip that shame out. You have to be decent. Absolutely. And we were taught by our parents that you carry cake to your favorite teachers. She had plenty. Y'all didn't need the cake ever get home, or she gave it away. She gave our cake away, our coconut tart. Oh, okay. Oh, so it's just like she Daddy probably ate it. But it's just like she is that woman of compassion, of discipline, and she is a partner with us with the mentorship program. She has a program. You know, she's the first female priest in the Anglican Church, so she's breaking paradigms. She's sifting the course of history. She's somebody who I love very much. Please welcome Reverend Angela Palacios.
Good afternoon. We have made it to the afternoon together. Wanting to thank God for the privilege of being with you and to bring you greetings from the Anglican Diocese. I want to thank you for the privilege of being selected among the many persons who could have been chosen to be here today. And I just ask you to join me briefly in prayer. Gracious Holy God, I offer myself to you as your servant, that your word may be spoken as your word. My voice, but your word. And I pray, Lord, that means that hearts will be touched and lives changed. Praying the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. The role of character in sustained success. Debbie was just telling you about her experience with my mother. And I want to begin by joining with that understanding of the parents in your home, the other people that you can surround your children with and yourself. We've heard from wonderful speakers, excellent ideas. I had godparents like Anatole Rogers, C.V. Bethel, Gerald Cash, Muriel Finney-Eneas, married to Cleveland Eneas. They were ordinary people in my life. They had not yet had anything named after them. They were just Uncle Gerald, Aunt Anatole, Aunt Finney. They were the people who would come by my house to check on the report card. I mentioned to Debbie I went to boarding school in Jamaica when they introduced the 11 plus and we were young, and wanted us to go back into primary school and wait to be 11. So I ended up going to boarding school in Jamaica because I had an uncle who was the dean of the cathedral and his wife was my mother's sister. So I would go and come to their home for half term, and my parents would come, and 3 times a year I came home for holidays because there was a special rebate for students. So I had a slightly different journey as an only child. But what I want you to understand is that the people around you and around your family will help to build character. I knew when I went to England at 16, I went to another boarding school after I did the 2 years A-levels at QC. I would think, if I get myself in trouble, how am I going to answer when this auntie and that uncle and this one, and much less parents, say to me, Angela, you did what? That sustained me when you feel like you way almost behind God's back. It keeps you focused and faithful to who you are called to be because you know they expect better from you. And I want you to know that God equips you to be who God expects you to be. But more than that, God wants you to expect better from yourself. Not only do you want the mentors and the people around you to support you and be wind beneath the wings, when you look in the mirror, I want you to see who you are becoming. And let it be that you do not want to let yourself down. When I speak to young people in high school, I say to them, do not disqualify yourself from greatness, because you cannot imagine who you're going to be in 20 years' time does not mean that God does not have a plan. And so when you make choices at that age, you want it to be that you can build on that foundation so your greatness is not compromised. Who would have thought when I was 15 that I would be standing before you wearing a collar as a 22-year veteran priest? It was impossible for women to be ordained in my diocese, in my denomination. It was impossible. It wasn't even on my radar. I was going to be a primary teacher, like my mother. I felt that calling, etc. I went, I did BA, MA, teacher training, got in the classroom, and I thought, Lord, this ain't me. I said to my mother, how did you do this for 40 years? I felt like the walls were closing in on me. I was going to save this story for the end, but you got to follow the Spirit. Let me tell you, I was in this classroom loving my little angels, wiggly wormies as they were, but you know, the Lord really knew that if you're not made uncomfortable, sometimes you won't get out the nest, right? And so when I had 17 little boys and 8 girls all in one classroom as a rookie teacher, and they knew I was green, and I ain't talking about clean, green, and pristine. I mean, don't know what you're doing. I knew that I was not meant to be in a room all day. I would say to them, you want to go walking? And of course they said yes. So I would say to the principal, can we go walking? We would go lie down in St. Matthew's graveyard and look at how a church sways when the clouds move. Well, we had a ball, walking all about the place, because I was going crazy in the room. And so I realized that God told me I had to go from a classroom to a car. I am a teacher. That is what I do. But I go to detox for those struggling with addictions. I go to female correctional for those who are trying to find their way. I go to PMH. I go to doctors. I go to geriatrics. I come here to be with you. I go to preschool. I just love it. I love it because I am not in a box. Now, COVID was great because I had a good time in the yard, in this room, doing this on the phone. I did the contact tracing so I could minister to people, not medically, but spiritually. They asked me to pray with people who were also locked up in a room and help them to stay focused. But what I want you to know is that when it is a joy to be you, when you wake up in the morning, you have no idea what God is going to do with you that day. Now, some people like predictable, and I understand. But, there's nothing like the adventure of who God is calling you to be and what God is calling you to do, to be ready for anything. I tell you, I'm a merry-go-round person. You know, up and down, nice and slow. God is a roller coaster God. I think, Lord, only you could get me doing this. Singing the mass solo in church. My husband is the singer. I say, Lord, only by your grace and mercy can I possibly be opening my mouth, not knowing for sure what note coming out. Anyway, right now, thank God, I do sad masses. So the Lord has rescued me from my inability. But when it comes to your Christ-likeness, I want you to think in terms of this character that God is calling you to have and this person God is calling you to be. So I'm going to give you a couple, but first I want you to think, who are one of the most memorable people that you know, and write down 3 qualities that you remember. Think of persons. Debbie spoke about my mother. And then there are other persons that you would obviously know, but memorable for a positive reason. It could even be the speakers you've heard today so far. Excellent speakers. 3 qualities that you admire in that memorable person. And then when you have time and later on, add 2 or 3 more people to that list and think about their qualities. What made them so outstanding in your mind? And so when you begin to think about character, do any of those qualities describe you? Are any of those qualities already existing in you? And if not, are they any qualities that God is calling you to emulate? But more than that, I want you to write down just 1 quality. When you get home, do 5 or 10. What is 1 thing that you could celebrate about you? Write down 1 thing. Now, at no point being so humble that you can't think of anything. God is a good God. God is a great God and gave you something of God, made in the image and likeness of God. So write down 1 thing about you that is memorable, that you think is admirable, that you think is God appointed and anointed and divine in you. Now turn to your neighbor to the right and the left and tell them what it is. You ain't boasting, you giving God glory. So, now that you're a little bolder, you get bolder as you get older, I find, I want you to think in terms of these things. Someone sent me something as a WhatsApp. How cool it is that the same God who created mountains and oceans and galaxies looked at you and thought the world needed one of you. Amen? 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 When you look in the mirror in the morning, you can say, thank you, Jesus, that you have made me me. What does that mean for you today? What does that mean? What is God calling and asking you to be? Write down these 7, just in case I don't get to explain all of them. You'll have them anyway. Write down these 7 for me, please. I call them the 7 H's. Honest, humble, happy, as in joyful. Honest, humble, happy. Harmonious, healthy, hardworking, and the word humor. Now, there's an 8th one, but I'll slip that in at the very end. Honest, humble, happy, harmonious, healthy, hardworking, and add humor. Now, another quote. It doesn't matter how old you are or where you come from, manners, kindness, respect and compassion will always be a sign of a decent human being. I got that this morning. When you are honest, it means that you are reliable, you are trustworthy, you are dependable. Your word is your bond. You're going to be fair in your dealings, no price gouging. You're going to speak your truth in love with courtesy and kindness. And it is going to be a joy to do business with you. Write down for me, JTDBWY. Joy to do business with you. JTDBWY. And every now and again, I'm going to ask you to give me the JTDBWY, right? Joy to do business with you. So that was honest. And we know that we have a number of lying, deceitful, cheating people around here. So you can't be in that category. So please turn to your neighbor and say, she ain't talking about you. Right, no, not you. You're going to be one of the honest, and I pray God, not one of the few. You're going to be one of the honest people to deal with in your business. Number 2, humble. That means confident but not conceited. Remember, no one is perfect, not even you, and others are gifted as well. And everybody has worth and value, even you, in case you have a problem knowing that you are a wonderful creation. Because we tend to either think too much or think too little. What we want is to have the Christ-like balance of knowing that without God we are nothing, but with God we can accomplish anything and be this amazing person that God is calling us to be. So we want you to remember that you never get so important, so rich, so famous, so powerful that you can't connect with ordinary people. So turn to your neighbor and say, I won't leave you behind. We gonna fly together. We are going to fly together. I want more for you as well as I want for me. Now, so being humble is knowing your strengths and weaknesses and working on the weaknesses and promoting your own strength. Number 3, happy. Now, again, I got this. Never let the sadness of your past and the fear of the future ruin the happiness of your present. Last night, I got that one. Never let the sadness of your past and the fear of your future ruin the happiness of your present. Turn to your neighbor and give them a Polident, Colgate, whatever kind of smile. Yes, come. You all don't know about Polident? That's what keep the dentures in. Yeah. I ain't got none, but yeah. So, all of those ultra bright, whatever the new thing is now, Colgate, whatever you're. Be able to celebrate life, to laugh and to sing and to dance before the Lord, because the joy of the Lord is your strength. That is what keeps you going. So, seeking to be positive and hopeful and to find joy in small things. Write down one thing that you really enjoy doing and you need to do more often. Just write it down so that you'll remember the exercise. And when you go home, write down some more things. I do this all the time when I counsel with people. A part of learning to love yourself is to know what you like. So you could develop in your character the ability to celebrate life. You only get one shot, so you may as well make the best of it. Amen? So if you only have one shot, then go out in style. When the time comes, you will have no regrets. Like Pastor Miles used to say, do not leave it in the graveyard. Die empty. Give it all back to life, all back to God. Now, the next one is harmonious. We need to find balance in our relationships. We need to be a person of peace. We need to deal with more tact and diplomacy. We need to be praising and thanking and encouraging people so that we have these skills and we have it to compartmentalize. If you're dealing with something toxic over here, get help for it, but don't let it poison everywhere else in your life. Do what you can with where you are, but aspire to more and better. So, let it be a joy to work with you. Yes, you may be having challenges at home and you're trying to work with that, but make sure that when you come to work, you show up with the Spirit of the Lord all over you, that it is a blessing. I like to tell people, I don't want to go over my time now, so let it be that they cry when you retire. Cry, literally. And not because they're so glad you're gone, but because they're going to miss you. That's how you make your business grow, by being a wonderful spirit when you are present, wherever you are. When it comes to knowing what is good for you, what's the JTDBWY? A joy. Amen. When it comes to healthy, that's body, mind, and spirit. Take care of this body. You can't work well and succeed if you're sick. You got to keep that temple in order. And integrity is when what you think and what you say and what you do and what you feel lines up. Plenty of us say one thing, particularly on a Sunday, and come Monday, we're a different kind of person. My husband liked to tease me. He say, boy, you know, when they see you all dressed up in those holy robes, they don't know how you like to torment me home. 41 years of torment and he looking good, so you know. But it's so important to try and be a person of integrity. You heard that word earlier. And integrity means integrated. It means all one, consistent. Consistent in terms of your character. And so what I want you to do is have a healthy outlook with a healthy body, keeping your mind healthy because your relationship with the Lord is healthy. Amen? Now, hardworking, well, you know, you heard about it. Play full out. Put all into it. Conscientious, dedicated, focused, energetic. Love what you do or what you're good at. Try and make it into your life work if you can, with the vocation and the calling and the passion and the purpose, and you prioritize, but don't neglect your relationships. Because when all is said and done, it is the people in your life that are going to help to sustain you to the end. You can't sacrifice everything in order to be a success, and your home is in shambles. When it comes to humor, the bright side, the funny side, to not take yourself so seriously, you can't laugh and relax and just celebrate the fact that many things in life are free. Look at the beauty of our country. Drive by the sea and enjoy free therapy. Amen? And then if you have to pay somebody, find a doctor who could help you if that's what you need or whatever. But the sea is amazing to be in, to look at, to listen to. They are finding out the benefits of water and what it does to the spirit. So, in conclusion then, what were the 7 that I gave you? Honest, humble, happy, harmonious, healthy, hardworking, human. And the last one is holy. Seek to be holy. Seek to be like the Lord. And remember that God is not going to call you and ask of you what you are not equipped to be and do. God bless you.
She is not only motivated, as she could have an altar call right now. Let's give another round of applause. The final 2 speakers are here, and I'm going to ask Rudolph Roll after the 2 speakers to help me on the floor with question and answers. But Tamika Hannah, again, I go to the foundation. When we established the CEO Network in 1998, her mother, Carol Hannah, was responsible for public service, and she helped us build the CEO Network and have public service leaders attend our conferences. Out of that, we established such a powerful relationship. And the point that I am making is that there is no opportunity without accessing quality relationships. This is second level here. When we look at Michael Thompson, I'll call him at the end. He was a part of the start of the CEO. I am so proud of him because we were out Junkanoo yesterday with the Memory March And we had the Saxons come in, and we were working until really late. Success is in the extra. So Michael Thompson said, no problem, when Kent Minnis said, we got to load up at 11 o'clock in the night. See, that's the mindset of an owner. And he came here at 11 o'clock to help set all of this and his team. Success is in the extra. That is what Carol Hanna was, and that is who Tamika Hanna is. So from my relationship with her mother, we now enjoy that relationship of trust. And when she says she's going to do something, she will do it. She's not going to mislead you. And anybody who does not have value for their good name, don't trust them. So now I want you to welcome a female contractor who does major projects. And she's going to come on board and help us get our duplex and triplex and Money X. Come on, give Tamika Hanna a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing? Who wants a house? I can't hear you. When I stand up, I like to give things away free, and I have some pretty good friends in the room here, especially Mr. Wilson, who's sitting up front. Who wants a house? And some promises were made in this room today, and I really want to throw away this booklet, because when Dr. Debbie Bartlett calls you on the phone and asks you, just has a regular conversation, and all of a sudden you realize you're speaking to her for maybe over 20 minutes or so, right? You thought that you would have given her everything that she needed to hear from you, to just give her that get up and go. And 3 days later, hey, listen, I need you to talk. But I thought I gave you everything I told you I think I want to do. And I want you to know that that is what she does. Since the day I've met her, I've actually been told, you remind me of somebody I know. And I'm like, okay, let me hear. I'll give you 3 goes. And sure enough, within 3, Debbie Bartlett. Because remember, with every action, there's a positive and equal reaction. Yes? And here you are still doing it. So when I come into a room like this, and it's filled with so much energy, there's power here. Because I am here. You are here. And this moment was designed for us, for our paths to cross. Do you ever feel chosen? I need some interaction. Do you feel chosen? Because if you don't feel like you're chosen, you shouldn't be in this room. Because look around. Anyone else could have been in here. And I guarantee you, when we launch this program, there will not be seats available in this room. So I am so happy that she chose you first, or us first, because we are here. Have you wondered if the ladder of success was really for you? Do you feel as if you're being lifted up to higher grounds? Are you successful? Is this work environment something that you enjoy coming to every day, or are you really working yourself to the core and you can't wait to get home? You have to ask yourself, am I the one? Am I the child that was chosen? I had many days like this, not realizing my steps at the time, because I was chosen to do many things I never wanted to do. I never signed up for this. I was the one, and I want you to think of yourself as I speak. I was the one who got the opportunity and was asked to do things that never was on my list. I was the winner or the loser of things that brought more opportunity because of exposure on and off a stage or a project, or the people who just happened to be around me. Is that Mr. Curry? That's Mr. Curry from St. Barnabas Church. I see you from up here. I am 50-something. One of the people in my midst. Was it the practice or the lessons for me? Or how many times do you feel like you were being used? And this happens every day. Is it gender-based? Is it my workplace? Is it the person next to me? Is it my children? I had to become a game changer because I got the lesson and started working on a higher level because I realized that other persons were no longer on my tier. So look around and wonder, am I really operating on the ladder that I should be on? Am I on the first step, the second step, third step, or hey, why am I here next to you guys? Am I working outside of my box? Should I be operating on a higher level? There are times when you want to have failure or promises that when you see it coming, you want to run to the next corner of the room. Because you could see it coming a mile away, right? And how many times you just sit right there. It's like when we walk in the bank, and I hope Mr. Poitier doesn't do this to us. Poitier, are you Poitier or Poitier? We don't want them to close no more doors on anyone that walks in the bank for a loan for a home. Let me hear you. They made a promise. And you say, Lord, I got to go to this next bank. I have another meeting. The young lady who was here earlier, you're striving because you think that you're doing everything that's on your list that is good enough for you to get through the door. The most discouraging thing that's happening in our industry right now is that so many doors are closed. They say, hey, come to me and I will give you rest. That's what Jesus said, right? But if you don't believe that when you get to that door, that those welcoming arms are there, you have people when you walk in the office, oh God, what's she doing? Where's she going? No, you deal with her today, not me. And then there are others who don't want to tell you the truth because we need to hear it, right? But it's how you receive this information that's being given to you. Miles Monroe actually gave me a good nugget, and I was blessed to know he and his wife, before all of that, right? When they're regular, nice people, my mother taught him, and it was like open doors. And believe me, a few people said it earlier, utilize the resources that are around you. There are people in this room today, right now, who you would not normally be so close to. But you can call them a friend or an ally today before you leave, because you never know when you're going to see that person, and you need that door to be wide open because somebody else is going to disappoint you on this journey. He said, Tamika, if it makes you mad, if it's in your belly, and it's there for you to fix it because God gave this to you. You have something nagging and tugging on you, and you so upset, Lord, I saved this money to go to the bank to get the house. I need the loan. The children's school fee not paid. I don't have food in the house. What do I do? This nagging on you, you have to have courage. Do you have courage? It's not only a female thing. Yesterday we were out there, all of it, the women thing, and we're so proud. But you know what? Those women had the courage to stand up and speak out. And you must have the courage and be bold. And do not be afraid to speak out to a Mr. Poitier or a Mr. Beckles or even a Mr. Frannon Wilson who is here with us. Because you know what? They are everyday people. And everyday people become successes because they are around us, everyday people. And if that becomes your marker, you make that marker work for you. The other part of it was you have to take all of those small fragments and put it together for you and make it know that the joy that you are getting from the anger in somebody or somebody irritates you, that they don't know why you're smiling. There's something called endorphins. Endorphins is the natural medicine for the human body, in case you didn't know. The more you laugh, the more you're healing yourself. Do you know that? You stand up, you jump, you clap, Sunday morning church or whenever you kneel and pray, hallelujah, you are saving your life every time you laugh. Do you know that? We can't buy that on the shelf. God gave that to us. It's in our bodies. You have to know how to excite yourself in business and be dedicated to whatever your cause is. Like when you get on Village Road, Gladstone Road, Carmichael Road, is that stress for you every day now? Do you see? I know some of y'all come in, right? We get stressed every day, but you have to know how to keep this smile on your face, because when things come to you, whether it's disappointment or excitement or it is hope, you know, you holding on, oh God, I hope I get the loan. I need this house. What we can do? What's my next move? You have to know how to put that smile on your face and be silent and be still and believe that whatever it is you're going after, you're going to get it. Now, one more thing before I get to the house. I want to know, are you the little boss in your office that runs the chief? I want to hear some interaction. You make coffee. You plan the meetings. You're the client's savior. Are you the glue in that office? Oh, let's not forget the one who makes things happen when 3 other people sitting in the corner, right? Are you the fall guy? You're the one who get cursed at and yelled at, talked down to, but you can't say nothing? Are you the one that's going to walk in the bank and say, oh, but I make the 6 figures, but I'm smarter than my boss? Don't measure yourself with situations. I hear one clap. Is that you? And that's a man clapping in the back here. Don't measure yourself with other persons, because you might just be the messenger. But I want you to know the messenger have his eyes on you, because they are the ones who are successful in our little town today. I came from a hotel background in the beginning. Never, ever did I imagine that I was going to be in construction today. This was something that happened on me because my father was in the business, and all of us at some point helped, but I'm the one who was planning. I'm the one who was in Girl Guides, Brownies, Rangers, singing, on a stage, off a stage. My life was just moving. I was always busy, and that's what I remember doing. But all of this became my performance. It is the practice that I got of having the opportunity to be exposed to so many things in my life that has helped to pave my way. I finally got the job that I wanted in a lifetime. Atlantis brought me back home. There's a name on a door for me for a whole year for a job that I didn't even accept. Only God knows how this lady did that. But while I was working in Orlando, a Caucasian lady, her name was Dottie McGowan. I worked in a huge convention center in Orlando, Florida, and Chicago for 8 years. And she would travel to Florida twice a month, and she would see me. I never knew her, but she knew who I was and had people calling me. And Miss Anna, are you ready to come back home? I'm like, I just got here. I just been here for 2 years. I'm not coming back home right now. This is all I ever wanted, because I need to take this experience with me back home so that I can stand out among my peers. This is how I got in the big gamut of things, and I realized my worth. So when I got home, I'm like, I'm going to take vacation. I'll just come for a couple days and see what's happening there. I got there, and I'm talking to Michael Jordan. Janet Jackson comes. Oh, we need a car. Can you, me? Am I the chosen one? Sure, okay, I can do that. Mr. Curzon shows up. Oh, who's that? She's a Bahamian. She can do, I'm like, boss, you trying to get me in trouble. Y'all need to start picking someone else because I just reached, right? That was pressure for me. But I didn't understand the opportunity of my placement in my work environment and the worth that I brought to the table, that now when my dad gets this huge opportunity for a project, oh, you have to be the one. They say it's you. You only have one child. You don't have a husband. You need to count. I'm like, I just got the job of my life. What you do? Think about it. I'm like, I can think 4 weeks of thinking. And I want you to know, I went everywhere, to the top, to the bottom. Do you think I should leave? Do you think I should leave? I don't know what to do. Because somebody has to die for me to get my job back when I walk out this building. Because that's how much tenacity you have to have in order to get back to where I was. And I was busy looking at the ladders and the stairs that I had to climb, right? Thinking that this plateau is where I needed to be. And for 10 years or 15 years, I'm going to stay right here, and everything is just going to be perfect. I left. Took me about 3 weeks to get out of there and to realize that I don't have to wake up 5 o'clock in the morning anymore. I don't have to drive over Paradise Island Bridge by myself in the dark, leave my child home, all of my comforts, and meet these miserable people. Miss Hannah, you reach yet? Come open the door. Da, da, da. Every day it was something, right? Until I said, you know what, Lord? Show me. You're putting so many things in my way that I don't know what to do with all of my talents, because everything that I touch, I am able to do, and I became an overcomer. So I remember the days of having to go through a ritual on someone else's schedule. And so I started making it my schedule. So recently, in construction, I was one of the first to bring foreign laborers here and work a job successfully with my dad, and we built a prototype school, T.G. Glover School, and that turned into a 6-year project. And that went underneath the table, like people knew what was going on, but they really didn't know the dynamics of what went into that school. But the experience that I got from being the project manager, from being the daughter, from being the boss of this and go plan that and jumping off and on planes and learning how to speak Chinese and all of this stuff, right? Dealing with even the media, because it was a first. But look at all the change that's happened in our country since then. We need them. They're not here to stay. But my goal is to make sure that every Bahamian has an opportunity to have success in their own town. And if we are able to offer a turnkey situation to everyone that's interested in becoming a homeowner and building a duplex, because it instantly becomes a business, or put up a 100-room shell, which is something that I'm approved for, I'm ready to do it, and people say, who are they talking to? When it's hard in business, and especially as a woman, my experience has been that you get listened to. Come on in, let's check her out. She's good on paper. What did she do? You get checked out from head to toe. And if your stuff is not in order, you're going to have a wall at your back saying, okay, let's just find one more thing that we're going to put in her footsteps to make her stumble. Or let's not get this building out of the ground. My success was groomed from discipline and education on the job. Along with a spoonful of me, we must remember to put our personalities back into our successes, because we as individuals have to sell ourselves as well. If people do not trust you, do not believe you, and you do not deliver what it is you say that you can do, that becomes a huge issue. So, I'm just going to flip through, sorry about that. With the promises that I have made over the past few years, and after speaking with Dr. Bartlett, there's a different perspective that you want to consistently anticipate and also see the possibility of success in our country. So what we have decided to do is mentor a few people and to offer opportunities to as many as 100 persons and to venture with business partners locally and internationally and offer this opportunity in the Bahamas to provide home ownership to those who would not normally be approved instantly. How do you qualify? You have to present yourself, but you also are going to be given an opportunity for a 5-step plan where within 5 years, the average high school graduate or the person who has that first-time job has an opportunity for 5 years to build credit so that they can walk in to a bank or walk into a financial institution or an insurance company, because these are the people that you have to partner with to get your success story going and to also create that credit tier here in the Bahamas, which we do not have. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for persons who really, under a normal situation, they will not be able to qualify. We have had a terrible time in the Bahamas with first-time buyers, with first-time homeowners, with persons who just have no stepping stones to start on. If you don't have an opportunity to start somewhere, then how can you come and present yourself to institutions that have these long lists of credentials and requirements and compliances? That is a huge turnoff from day one, and I'd like to see it changed, and I fight for that daily. The field of construction and any technical project today in our country and the Caribbean are all attainable projects. They're viable at large and are profound interest in extending lots of development and partnerships in the Bahamas. I'm proud to say that I will partner one of them along with my local network business teams who have the confidence in my company, has the experience of my network and my net worth, which each person in this room should now also start to foster. Everybody has a net worth. You start to write down your good, your bad, your friends, your attributes, all of your assets. You start to foster your little group of things that, hey, I can bring these to a table. My initiatives are the ones that people would understand through personality, expertise, value, quality, and the quantity of the work that I promise that I'm able to give to my customers if I have a customer. And we cannot oversell what we say. If you are farming clientele or even fostering relationships or friendships, your character is the one thing that you have to walk in the door with and walk out with it as well. And I stand for who I say that I am. My answer at that table to the young lady I was sitting next to is, I am me. There's nobody else like me. So a part of everything that I do is a part of me that goes in there, because I have to sell myself first before I present anything else to anybody. No longer will the average family have to wonder, where is there a home they can afford? No shameful escapades at the bank, no shoddy contractors, no banking institutions that are gonna just push you away. We look for mentorship in the banking institutions and everyone that has to deal with a contract, because when you're building a home or if you just have a project, every project has a contract. It has legal ramifications, it has insurance requirements, and it has you and everything that you bring along to say, hey, I want to enter this contract. So the relationship is very important. The contractors will be acknowledged by having licensing that is going to be regulated very soon. And publicly, the country will know who the licensed contractors are, their competencies, and the business acumen, that they are fortified by the contractors board and recognized by the country and our region. Our plan is to provide wholesome lifestyle options to those who are ready to create the STEP platform to prepare a younger generation to create wealth for themselves over the 5-year period. 100 homes, like I said, can be built in record time. New development can exist island-wide, and at least 60% of development partnerships can be shared in the country, with Bahamians leading the way as project managers. With Bahamians leading the way as project managers and owners with substantial profits. This is the Bahamas that we are looking for. I stand today because my professional trek did not include this as my blueprint. Knowing my potential in the last 8 years and my value of knowledge and opportunity increased, and during the time of disaster, transition of my skill into the profession flawlessly allowed me easy access to start talking to different people at different tiers. So my conversations became bigger, and I realized that my voice is being heard. I'm going through this icy road because today I'll meet somebody who's like, okay, that's great. Tomorrow, maybe we can help you. 3 years later, nothing. So you know what I decided to do? Step into it and do it myself, because I have a net worth and I have the experience, and I'm a Bahamian and I'm here. And that's what you have to do. So are you wired for success? We're very happy with what's happening at BTVI. We're very happy that women sit at some of the top of these tiers in the educational system. And I would like to see our golden gems be revitalized to the educational systems across the board, hire our contractors and technical professionals to work in areas suitable for occupational governance. The word governance comes up very often here in our country, and we need to know what that is. Because everybody, every one of you sitting in this room needs to be treated equally, fairly. If we walk into the bank, the same thing that they ask you for should be the same thing they asked my 15-year-old for. The same thing that my mother at 65 should be asked for from my brother. No disparity. Discrimination is present in this country. I want to hear you. Discrimination is present here. And we shall have no more of it, because some of us do not even know what it looks like. You don't know how to identify that you're even being treated unfairly. And you say, what do you do when you experience this? We stand. What do? We stand. And as you sit there today, I want you to know that since 1962 in this country, a lot of undermined things have happened. I want you to read some of the laws of our country and understand the importance of home ownership and how some of the acts are written, because then it will be an easier pill for you to swallow, to understand that when a banking institution or a contractor or someone like me who's coming to just engage with you, the mindset, you have to know who you are talking to make your conversation easier, for you to trust and know that he's not just telling me about a digital wallet. And I did ask Mr. Poitier, does your bank accept this digital wallet? Because that's the credit union, right? The credit union is supposed to be the easiest institution to walk into. He said yes. And if I didn't, he said yes. Clap him up. If they really have accepted this, that's a crossover, and we need that. So I am petitioning a document to the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Rave Davis, for us to be given the opportunity to have land ownership under the Inheritance Act. like our friends in Turks and Caicos. It has moved mountains. My family and my friends there have a lifestyle to none. This is New Providence. This is the Bahamas. And all of our families have land ownership from every island that we were all descended from. So we also need to work as a community and as people here to know that your children, their education is matched with that. Their health security is matched with that. Turks Islanders can walk into their country and get acres of land, and they walk out with black cards because their government has made it so that you can point on the wall and say, this is Hannah land, this is the Knowles, this is Tynes, this is Wilson. And you know what? There's no love lost in that country. But I'll tell you what else. Once you get straight with this duplex, this house, or if you're one of the people that can go and be accommodated in a 100-room high-rise, this is what I would like to do. That building can be dropped anywhere in this country, anywhere. And 100 homes will be immediate. If they're the duplex, a whole community of duplex and triplexes or even single-family homes can just come out of the ground, and there's no reason why it cannot be done. Do you see Arawak Homes? And the new company that Mr. Wilson also owns, what is the name of your company? On Point Construction. They're doing it. Please give them, I will acknowledge them. They are doing wonderful projects, and he is behind it, and young Bahamian professionals that we must acknowledge. And because we're doing it, we're taking too long to give home ownership to our own people. And we have the talent here in our country to sustain this entire industry with partnerships. You only need one partner and one big job, and at least 75 contractors would automatically see the luxury of lifestyle and home ownership and a higher level of living here in our own country, because we deserve it. We deserve it. When we travel, we love what we see. Let's bring it home. I thank you and have a good afternoon.
Somebody say, I'm on my way to being a landlord. Somebody say, my day has changed. This is not a political statement. It's a new day in my life. And no. You have what you say, you know. Absolutely. Give her a round of applause. Wasn't that powerful? I had the wonderful, this is our final segment. We're going to ask some questions. And I want to, and I know that we're going to ask Ms. Tamika, how are we going to do this practically so that they know how to access the opportunity? I like what she talked about Turks and Caicos and, what did you call it, the Inheritance Bill? The Inheritance Act. Yeah, the bill, the act means it's policy, it's act. But listen, I served as the managing consultant for Mike Missick, built the first HD television station there. And I asked him, because to speak to Ms. Hannah, the belongers, he gave Crown land to belongers, acres, for a couple $1,000, $7,000. But I'm going to tell you two things as I invite Mr. Frannon Wilson to come in. Your mindset has to be ready, because when I was there, this lady came to me and said she would give me $7,000 if I give her $7,000, and it was something like 10 acres, beachfront, because I helped her when she was here in Nassau. And I could have given her that $7,000. I don't know if I was just crazy, not a hard business person. But I said, but you got this for your inheritance. See, we sell ourselves cheap. I asked the wife of the deputy premier, how much is weight? It was something, I forget how many millions it was. Millions, because their beachfront sell for more than ours. It was millions. I said, no, you can't give your $1 million for $7,000. This is why this is so important, to get our mindset correct. So I went to the premier and I said, what is your thinking in what you're doing? He said, you know what? I am inspired by the late Sir Lyndon Pinling, except I want to do it better. We need that spirit back in the Bahamas. So we have to know that we have an inheritance that we can own land too, but we got to work hard for it. So we can't be comfortable with the mindset that when we go down JFK Drive, we see Sunshine Building, we see Royal Star Building, we see Bank of the Bahamas, you know they building. You see them building in all of these inner city. You see them building the houses with Minister Joe Beth. Sometimes we treat people in our attitude of who they think they are. The right thinking is, if they can think about having billions of dollars, let's support them. Come on. Oh boy, that's a weak clap. Come on, clap them up. Man, how is it that we're so happy to celebrate the American billionaires and we want to curse out the Bahamian ones? What is this? No, that's self-hatred. And when we have to break that down and be happy for somebody else's success. Please stand as we welcome, because it's generational legacy. Come on, we stand for the politicians. Stand for the success of the Wilson family. Give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right. Speaking before lunch, always tough. Listen, I wanted to firstly thank you for inviting me here today to say a few words. Protocol having been established, I would like to salute Ms. Debbie Bartlett and the National Training Agency for organizing this initiative. The objective, as I understand it, are to help outline pathways to economic empowerment, to provide practical information to enable participants to identify, create, and facilitate economic empowerment opportunities for increased ownership. I have been asked to speak specifically on opportunities and practical steps to become a homeowner. Home ownership takes many forms. There may be a single-family home, a duplex, a triplex, a fourplex, or a 100-plex, as Ms. Honda indicated earlier. Whatever form it takes, there are steps that you can take to ensure that you put yourself in a position to own at least one of them. Amen. And those steps, what I'd like to share with you, some things I'd like to share with you today. One, our country's level of debt. I need you to recognize that the level of consumer debt in the Bahamas is roughly $2.3 billion. That's with a capital B. Consumer debt is not a game. When you talk about home ownership, the unfortunate thing is consumer loans and your dream for home ownership usually don't go hand in hand. So you have to understand that there is a game being played around you, and that consumer loan game and your dream of home ownership don't necessarily go hand in hand. So just be aware of your surroundings in that regard. The second thing I want to touch on is the fact that the average salary deduction for government employees, I'll touch on private in a minute, but let's stick to government. On average, more than 72% of government's monthly payroll goes to service salary deduction obligations. Let me repeat that. 72% of government's monthly payroll goes to service salary deductions. Another way to look at it is on average, the average government employee only takes home 28% of his or her income per month. That's what they get in their hand. That's before we started really hearing things like supply chain issues. That's before we all started really getting a better appreciation for what that word inflation means. We hear about it, but now we actually really all understand what inflation means. 28%. Now, that's 28% that the people have to buy groceries, pay school fees, maintain their vehicles, etc. At Our Rock Homes, we help people work to move forward every day to own their own home. As a part of this process, we have to understand how much debt a person have, if any, because the bank wants to know certain things. It's a process. What's your salary? Do you have any money saved? Do you owe anybody any money? Because all that will then determine how much money they can lend for the mortgage. Many times at our office, when government employees list their debt, the fact of the matter is they can't remember originally why they got that loan. See, typically it starts with a small loan. Okay, and then you go back for a top-up. See, that original loan never ended. You just top that up. Then you go back and top up a next thing. But the original loan actually never ended. You just add. It never really stopped. Therefore, so now the only way that stops at that particular bank is now you get into the game of having one bank pay off the other bank. Then that's when the game of tennis starts. So you, one bank, then you hit the next bank, and I'll come back to the next bank. All is a way to try to get a few more dollars because this bank's saying they can't lend you anymore. Now, this data that I'm sharing is about government employees. That information is in the public domain. The private sector information, that's a little harder to get, but at the end of the day, the principle remains the same. So whether you work for government or for private sector, and if you work somewhere where salary reduction is available, you have to be very aware and conscious of the fact that your dreams of home ownership and that salary reduction could be a problem. Just want to touch on one more thing before I go on. See, salary reduction is something that you could get pretty quick, especially if you work for government. If you work for government, I need you to understand, I'm coming back to my first point. If you work for government, understand that you have a target on your back and you don't even know. Let me share a story with you. My mother used to work for government. She was a magistrate. One day, she was home after church, her and my father home. The phone rang. My father answered the phone. My father didn't work for government. My mother did. Okay, the phone rang. My father answered the phone. Hello? Hello, is Miss Wilson in? Yeah, she is. Okay, give my mother the phone. Miss Wilson, this is so-and-so from Commonwealth Bank. Okay. Hi. Okay, yes. We just want you to know that you approved for a loan for $30,000. You can come pick it up tomorrow. No, it's real. So my mother said, no, thank you. I don't wish to borrow $30,000. Thank you very much. Okay, Miss Wilson. Okay. But you also approved for a credit card. We can give you a $10,000 limit, and you can pick that up tomorrow, too. She said, no, that's okay. Thank you very much. I'll pass. Thank you very much. Oh, they hung up. Now, let me share two things with you. Firstly, my mommy was home minding her own business. People say, devil busy. She mind her own business. You try, boy, look, imagine someone trying. She mind her own business home. I ain't bothering nobody. And they come call her, the devil busy. You understand? The second thing I want to point on was both my parents are home. My mother worked for government, never bank with that bank. My father didn't work for government. So how did they get her number? They didn't call her at work. How did they get our home number? When we say $2.3 billion worth of consumer loans, that ain't nothing to play with. That's big money. The fact of the matter is the target on your back, whether you work for private or public sector, but especially public sector, that's a different kind of target. If people don't get you to sign up for loans and you work for government, someone will lose their job. Your job is to go get them people, make sure they take out them loans. If you have too much people talking about, I'm being responsible, I ain't doing this, someone will lose their job. This ain't the game. $2.3 billion? Man, that's NBA and NFL kind of money. That's a different level. That's the $1 billion that the gentleman was speaking about earlier. You understand? The next thing I want to touch on is the fact that your goals and certain banks' goals. Now, there are certain banks in town whose goal is to have you borrow as much as you can from the time you sign your contract to the day you retire. That's their goal. In the perfect world, the day you retire will be your last payment on your loan. That's a good deal for them. Some banks will try and make it look like they're trying to have promotions to help along the way, like no payments at Christmas and loans with savings attached and that kind of stuff. All those are just gimmicks to hide the fact that their ultimate goal is to max you out with consumer loans for as long as you can at the highest interest rate and a secured salary reduction along the way. That's perfect for them. Record profits. Now, just to be clear, if someone needs a loan, sometimes that it has to happen. That's fine. Sometimes, hey, someone just passed away in your family and literally spur the moment, you need a couple dollars because you have to put something in the hat. We understand that. Some person just started working and say, look, I literally just started working. I haven't had a chance to save yet. I need to go borrow just a little money so I could get a car to get me to and from work. Okay, understood. But understand what we see at Iraq Homes, and this is where the issue comes in. Let's say that person who needs to say, look, I need to get money for a car because I need to get to work. Okay, especially as Ms. Hannah said, I might work somewhere, I work at night. 5 o'clock in the morning, I got to leave home. Okay, so I need a car. I can't wait on the bus 5 o'clock in the morning. No problem. But what we ask people at Iraq Homes to do is please recognize the fact that even if that is the case, and that's fine, there's a difference between getting a car and getting an $80,000 car. Those two different things. Those two different things. And that's what we are seeing. When people walk into office, there are some people who come in, and as you go through, and it's like, whether it be one person or husband and wife, whatever, boyfriend, girlfriend, you go through that process, and do you have any loans? Yes, I do. How much loans do you have? I owe about $80,000. Together? No, that's just me. Yeah, I owe the next 82. Well, it's a little difficult at that point, at that moment in time, to help someone get a home if like husband and wife already have like $160,000. They're already paying for a house. You understand? But so it's a little difficult at that time. You understand? So the main thing is basically on this point I want to help you understand, help emphasize is the fact that be aware of which bank. If anyone does business with a bank, that's fine. Just really be aware of what banks you're doing business with. Understand what the bank's goal is, and understand what your goals are. And if that bank's goals don't seem to line up with your bank goals, then you may want to change banks. Think about it. There are some banks, as Ms. Hannah indicated, you go in, man, all the welcome, go in there. Everybody in town know what that bank really. There's a need for it. Everyone knows that's great, but they have a particular role to play. Everyone knows that some banks, this is their role. Don't go there if you want to know how dying what they about. So if dying what they about and you trying to get a home, why would you bank there? Why would you be in that environment? If you're alcoholic, don't go in the bar. You understand? You might slip and fall, the next thing you know now. So at the end of the day, know where you are, be around that same, as Ms. Hannah indicated, the people, but the banking is the same thing. Especially if you're someone who, like my mother, you home during the day, but you know if you get that call, say, look, here, come for 30 grand tomorrow, boy, you know that could be, you might start shaking on that. So if you know that, so you don't put yourself in that environment. You understand? All right. The last thing I want to touch on is credit card deductions. Now, the first time I saw a salary slip with 2 deductions from the same bank, I asked the person, why you have, I don't understand this, what's this mean? I see 2 deductions here from the same bank. And the person said, one is for my loan, and the other one is for my credit card. Now, understanding credit cards, that's a presentation all to itself. Please note, though, that credit cards are different from loans. They're not the same thing. If you're paying a credit card by salary deduction, you are better off adding that balance on your credit card to your loan and paying that, and then canceling that credit card. The reason being the interest and the fees on a credit card are a lot higher than a regular loan. That's not the same thing. It's not. Now, the proper way to use a credit card, if you have one, and you're using it where the proper way to use it is to, if you buy something before the next due date, pay that balance in full. If you don't pay the balance in full off each month, or worse, only pay that minimum balance, then basically you're throwing money away. You are throwing money away. The banks will love you though, because they get to add fees on top of fees separate from the balance you owe. Now, when we look at saying, hey, we want to save money, we want to get a home, and that down payment is so hard, there's some things that what we call our homes leakages. And if you say, hey man, listen, you know what? Instead of paying a monthly on that monthly balance in that credit card just because the bank allowed me to pay $100, you know what? I could pay that off. Because if you really sit down and look at it, hold on now, what's this interest I paying you, or fee, this revolving interest fee, that fee, and I still have this interest I got to pay. Well, whatever you walked into the store to buy, it might have been a great deal, but by the time you actually pay that off, and if you pay the minimum, and you end up paying like 2 or 3 times whatever that thing costs. You would never have walked in the store and say, boy, look, that shirt costs $50, that's great. I could pay $150 for that. You never do it. The people say 50. But in effect, you're giving the people $150 because of the fact that your interest that you were paying the bank, how you're going about. And so if you could save that money, then people are like, boy, look at how I can save this money for my down payment. Is because how you manage what you have. If you do it differently, it would help you save more money and put more money in your pocket instead of the bank pocket. And that should be the goal. Ladies and gentlemen, before you could own your own home, you have to put yourself in a position to do it. Whether your goal is a home, a duplex, or triplex, etc., at the end of the day, you have to handle your financial affairs in a way to make it happen, for you to make it happen. Home ownership, and in whatever form it takes, it is possible. At Rock Homes, we see it every day. And my wish for all of you who do not own your own home is to one day join that club. We are here to help. I know that for a fact. And I want to let you know that when we do present keys to people, you could check our Facebook page and you could see some ceremonies that we would do. Because when you're presenting keys, we don't just tell someone the key is in the lobby, go pick it up, thank you very much. We have a little ceremony. And I could definitely share with you, the biggest joy that I have as president of Rock Homes and being a part of our team is presenting the keys to people. Because when you do, all the sacrifices, all the time the devil's got busy, every stone that got thrown your way is that key that really knows that, listen, everything I've been through, everything that person's been through to get to that point, that's it. They've reached. And so I look forward to anyone who doesn't own their home, God willing, to welcome you into that club as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How many of you have questions? Let's see the hands again there. Okay. Yes, please, go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alexander Duncombe, and I have many questions, honestly and truly many questions. This is a great seminar. I learned an awful lot, and I'm grateful to be here. Me and my family's sake right now. So, my number one question right now I want to ask right now is, how am I going to be able to get a home right now? I would love to get and acquire a home right now for my family, and I know we've definitely taken the steps to go about doing it, at least as much as we at least know to go about doing it now. Our Rock Homes mainly came here for you specifically. Island Bay definitely already got sorted out with you guys, great stuff. And credit union, that's on my butt. I should have been with you guys a little bit longer, but you're here already, so I'm going to sign up with you next after I finish with our homes. So we definitely already have been in the process of trying to get at least a home. I know government's been doing something where you put in your information, you get the, you put in all the information they ask us, a lot of information, but you put it in. And then afterwards, now you just have to be in a waiting pool. Now we've been waiting for almost 2 years inside said waiting pool. Got called multiple times to resubmit our information. Still not in a waiting pool. I saw recently now some homes been sold in Pinecrest. I was happy for them. Bit salty that I wasn't there, getting some keys, but I was still happy, Can't be discouraged. But I remember listening to say you gotta think outside the box. So I'm right there trying to think outside the box to get inside of a box right now. That box being a home. So definitely how we go about getting out of that waiting pool, that endless waiting pool, to now finally see ourselves getting the key.
All right. Everyone heard that? All right. So a few things. Firstly, now there's two things I just want to make sure now. Yes, some people, Our Rock Homes is partnered with the Ministry of Housing to help build homes on Pinecrest. Now that's the Ministry of Housing's list. Okay, at Our Rock Homes, we don't have a list. So our chairman don't operate like that. Ain't no list. But if they come in, get them a home, find them something. So at the end of the day, the main thing is the steps at Our Rock, and yes, we are a little different in what we do. Why are we different? People use the term one-stop shop, but it's real. And so why is it a one-stop shop? It's a one-stop shop because to get a home, there's a process. Now, there's a process. Firstly is you want to go to, you have to find out, and this is everything we do under one roof, so it's a little, we speed up the process and get to where you need to be. One, the first step is to find out how much you could qualify for from a bank. So the first thing when you do is you come into our office, you'll sit with a home consultant. The home consultant would say, hey, listen, where do you work? How old are you? What's your salary? All the questions a bank will ask, or a credit union. So what are your loans? All these different things. So once you get a picture, financial snapshot of it, you say, okay, this is how much we think we could get from a bank for you. Now, we don't work with any one particular bank. So different banks have different rules. So some people, in terms of saying not to get discouraged, we have met people. I have met people all the time. Man, I've been to the bank and the bank tell me this. That's one bank. Mine is, I don't want to say there's a bank for every table in here, but there's a lot, there are different banks and credit unions who lend them money. Or the credit union, that's what I'm saying. And so at the end of the day, different banks and credit unions have different policies. So if someone went to one bank and one bank say, man, listen, we need you to do X, Y, Z. Someone's like, oh, man, look at that. I can never own a home if that's what I have to do. But the other bank may say, look, instead of X, Y, Z, you bring in A, B, C. You'd be like, well, I could do that. So what we do is we say, listen, man, all our home consultants, look, firstly, understand anyone who lending money in the Bahamas, anyone, for homes, we find out what's going on. What are your terms? What does someone have to do to qualify? So then when you come in, that person says, hey, look, I think this is the best bank for you. It ain't because we got a relationship with that bank. It's because based on everything you've presented, this bank is the best one, and this is why. Okay, so after you get past that, we get a figure. So whatever that figure is, that's what that figure is. So now the second thing what we do is we say, okay, listen, whatever that figure is, let us show you what areas, communities, and what models we could look at. Now, those things, that's another important step. Why is that so important? If you drive around Nassau today, you would see a lot of buildings that are incomplete. If you drive from here, I don't care where you go drive anywhere in Nassau, you see a bunch of buildings up the Belcourse, Bush grew up around it, all of that kind of stuff. Why a lot of those things happen? A lot of those things happen because someone would have started that process. Say, not just financial constraints, they would have started that process. Say, man, listen, someone say I could qualify, I could get this much for you. What I could get for that? I could get you this and this, in this area and this one. Man, this place ain't working with me. I could build out my pocket. I could do this by myself. I know where I'm going. Okay, so they start. Get halfway, then get in a jam, and then it sits. Because this point that the first step in home ownership is to know how much you could qualify for and then match that up. And that's what we try to do. Not try, that's what we do. So at the end of the day, once someone says, look, we know we could get this much for you from the bank, then let's go look to see which homes you could look at. Someone say, I hear you have homes over there. Don't worry about that. We going here. Once you go here, this is the model. Click. We have a book of models in our office, literally like a phone book. Now, if we say, listen, okay, great, we could go to page 20. Anyone in page 20. I like page 21. Hey, we ain't going 21. You could take aspects of 21, because if you say, look, I want a sort of open floor plan, and I want a little this and that, no problem, cool. But we ain't going to nothing as big as 21, because that could be a problem. But if we could pick anything between pages 1 to 20, and any little changes to here or there, then we can move forward. And so, again, the whole process is to guide, and as Mr. Grind mentioned earlier, be that mentor through the whole process. Because at the end of the day, the goal isn't to put someone in frustration where they start and can't finish, but the main thing is to get you started on a journey to the end where it could finish. And so once we know now, hey, look, we cool on the area, we got the model, and wherever the changes, or a little bit, whatever changes, upgrades the person wants. So, hey, I want impact windows, I want architectural shingles, all that other kind of stuff, no problem. Once the room is there for the mortgage, we good. So we do that. After that, then we bring in everything the bank will need. So our goal is to try to make it, instead of you running around all those things, okay, so listen, man, the bank will need a copy of your passport. The bank will need a copy of your NIB card. The bank will need a loan printout from the bank to show exactly where you are right now. The bank will need, if you're married, a marriage certificate, all those kind of things. So we put together the file, get the appraisal, send everything down to the bank. So when you go to the bank now, it's not a case of, hey, I'm bringing this stuff and I don't know what's going on. It's really to confirm the bank is doing a couple of things. The file is already on the person's desk. They already reviewed all the numbers. They already say, hey, look here, this could work. So now you get to a point of, okay, well, listen, you going in. And what you're going to do, really, firstly, the bank is trying to do two things in that, whatever, half-hour meeting. They're trying to firstly confirm that everything you sent is correct. And so, hey, you know, did you really work at here? And in some cases, we just had experience on Friday, actually. I never saw it before, because we were looking to try to get someone a home. They work on a family island, and they work for a resort. And the person sent a job letter from the resort saying the salary is this. And the bank was like, man, look at this person's salary all over the place. And I was like, how could a salary be all over the place if the job letter say the person make this? The person's like, man, look at, long story short, they work in a resort. And yes, they work there, but the salary, they may make that like by the end of the year, but it's like almost like on an as-needed basis kind of thing. Like, so if the high season, they make this, and then if the low season, they make that kind of thing. So the bank was like, look, it's a little different. And I was like, I see what you're saying. It's not a straight, quote, salary per se. And so the bank was in that half hour when they meet with you, they're going to try to do an assessment to confirm, hey, do you really work where you say you work, and what do you do, and all that kind of stuff. They're also looking at character. So in that brief half-hour meeting, all the numbers may line up, but they're basically looking to say, hey, look, is this person crazy or what? Because I ain't trying to be behind no one and coming to the bank and cuss and all that kind of stuff. So they're trying to, in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, try to form an impression that, hey, you know what, I lend money to this person. Look at my, why not? Absolutely. Now if someone came in and was like, thank you very much, ma'am. You know, financially this may work out, but the other bank right down the road. Thank you very much for your attendance. You understand? So that's what they're really trying to do in that 30 minutes, trying to get an impression, feel, and anything like that. And so once you get past that point, they then would send that up for approval, because they would say, hey, look, we've answered all the questions. There's a credit risk department pretty much in every bank. That department, in some cases, because of the financial crisis in 2008, particularly is when it started, things changed in the banking industry. So that bank gonna ask the same question like a million different ways, a million different times, over like a couple weeks' time. Maybe like, you really work there? Yeah. Okay, fine. And where do you work? So they just tell you, I work here. Okay. What's the address? I just told you. So they ask you a million times. They will make sure that, hey, man, listen, make sure that person really work where they say they work, right? So after that, let's get past the approval, okay? Now, the approval is done, boom. So we start construction on the home, and then basically the home is, I said, we start construction on the home. When the home is done, while the home is being built, the legal work is being done to send back to the bank, and that's it. You get your keys. So the next step in your journey would be right now, if you're waiting on the Ministry of Housing, that's one step. Now, another step would be, yes, if you wish, we have 3 offices, one on Shirley Street, one right down here on Carmichael Road, and another one on JFK. So you could visit either one and at least come in just to sit down and talk. There ain't no fee, ain't no charge to sit down and talk. Like, hey, just want to see what, first and foremost, what I could qualify for. And from there, everything, like I said, starts from step 1, and you go through the journey. Is that? Yes, ma'am?
Good afternoon. Mr. Wilson, you mentioned that public servants seem to have a target on their backs when they have with salary deductions from different agencies. My question to you is, do you have a plan in place for public servants that may not make a certain salary? You'll find that even though we have that target, a lot of public servants are in a certain earning range that may not help them qualify for home ownership. So do you have something in place that tailors or caters to that person who may be making minimum wage and, need the home ownership, a guideline for them to get there, or something that...
I understand. I got you. So we have done a couple of things at Arawak to help help people get in their home. Because whether you work for the government or private sector, at the end of the day, we see the challenges, we see the issues. And so in each case, it's like, okay, what can we do to try to help this thing? So we have recently done a couple of things. One, we had stopped selling vacant lots for decades. But we realized that we started that again. So we started selling vacant lots. Now, in particular, our plan with that is, the way we envision working is, imagine now, let's start right from the beginning. Let's start at the police officer, defense force officer, who just started today, literally fresh recruit. Congratulations, you signed your letter. Now, what we have found happening is the day they sign that contract, man, listen, there's 2 banks in particular who, when they sign that contract, the people right there, like they almost might hand them their certificate, like right there, when they sign the contract, they right there. They ain't got to go nowhere. So now they sign that paper, and once they sign that paper, my dream home ownership, they done to get so much of that salary, it's hard to come behind that. So what have we done? We said, okay, well, listen, let's start offering vacant properties again. Now, I'm just talking right now to the people who just start, right? Because please share the word if you know someone who just started working in defense force, wherever. Even if they live in a home with mommy and everything good, I ain't no pressure to leave, no problem. Buy the vacant property. Let me tell you why. I tell some of my cousins, etc., who are younger, right? My female cousins in particular, I stress this too. I say, listen, man, go buy a property. Let me take you, go find a property. Why do I want you to buy your property so much? Because listen, if a lot of people a lot of individuals' salary could make enough to pay for the lot, and a lot of people's salary could pay for the home. Not everyone's salary could pay for 2 at the same time. So if you start the process earlier, then it may take longer, but you could get there because you have now paid for one, and then now you can move to pay for the next one. And my point to my younger female cousins is simple. Look here, you do this because I want you to understand that, listen, if Prince Charming come along the way and you decide to, hey, we're going to do this together, no problem. But if he never come, or whatever the case may be, you could do this by yourself. There's a difference between wanting to do something with someone and needing them. There's a difference. And so at the end of the day, if you could start that journey earlier in the process, then you could get there by yourself. And so now you don't need your salary to be enough where you have to buy the whole house and lot at the same time. Because your salary could pay for the lot, handle that, and then your salary is enough to pay for the home. You see what I'm saying? So that's one of the things we have done to help, because to help that. We have also done other things because we have a savings program. So some people, it's a matter of saying, hey, look here, look, I try, but man, look, me and money, man, listen, you put it in my hand today and whatever, Friday, it's gone. So some people is like, man, look here, come put me on a savings program so I can know that, hey, this money coming out my salary even before I touch it. And I know once I stay clear any loans, I could get my money, I could get this, I building up towards my down payment. We have another thing that we do, for example, let me see, that's 1, 2, 3. If you have loans now, if you have a loan now, there is something that called a principal payment. Please, if you have a mortgage now too, it's even a bigger deal, but the principal stays the same. A principal payment. Now, what's a principal payment? Why is that so important? If anyone in this room has a loan, the fact of the matter is you have a loan, you pay in a certain amount every month, and that's scheduled to go for a certain time. 5 years, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever the case may be, if you make every payment on time. Now, let's say your payment is $100, right, per month. Okay. And you every month pay $100 as per the agreement. That's fine. Okay. Now, suppose you go to the bank and say, you know what, I ain't going to pay $100. Or I could pay you all $150 every month. So instead of me having your money for 5 years, by me paying $150, now I have it for 4.5 years, say, right? What end up happening is that the bank interest, when they give you money, they say, look here, we could give this money to this person, they have this money for 5 years, so every day we earn interest on that. So every day, once they keep that money for 5 years, every day I earn interest on that. But if a person pays extra, I finish the loan faster, then the interest I would have made them last couple of months, I can't charge it no more because the people didn't get my money. They pay it off faster. So if you have a loan now, don't feel like you're stuck and like, man, I can't do nothing. My hand's up in the sky, I can't do nothing. You can do something if you're able to make a principal payment. And notice I ain't saying how much it have to be. Everybody's loan may be different. But I don't care if it's $10 extra a month, it don't matter. If you could put something extra on it to finish it faster, then you're saving more money you get more money eventually in your pocket. Now, how to make a principal payment? If you take money to a bank, let's say, for example, money's coming out to your salary reduction, right? So it's already coming out. So now you then, if you go to a bank and you say, listen, here's $20, put it on here's $20, put it on my loan. And all you say is put it on my loan. No. What they will do is the banking is steal your money. They'll take your money and put it on your account. Now you say, look here, or you say, here, this is my money. You won't give me no instructions. I ain't gonna take it. You give me $20, the money right in your account. You have to say principal payment. Put this on my loan. This is a principal. This is not an advance payment for next month. Just hold that now. Let's pay the difference. This is a principal payment, meaning that this is an extra thing I'm doing. You already get the original one. This is an extra that I'm giving you. And so you have to give them instructions. Because if you don't, they'll say, man, look, you tell me put it, so I put it there. And as far as I'm concerned, that's going to be for next month payment. You just want to put a little extra on it because, you didn't tell me to do nothing with this. I leave it there. But if you say principal payment, then you're telling them, in other words, I have an extra payment that I have made. This is extra. I already paid you what you took the deal was. That $100 per month, I already paid that. This $20 is extra. And as a result now, you could bring your loan down faster. And so the shorter your loan, whether it's short or long, is the same thing. If you have a mortgage, and you put a little extra on that every month, man, listen, you will save tens of thousands of dollars by the time that loan finishes. I ain't talking no couple of dollars. Big money by the time. Because see, a mortgage could go up to 30 years. So if you put a little extra on that every month, man, listen, you're saving years off that mortgage. And if you now start adding up how much a whole year or 2 or 3 worth of mortgage in your pocket, that's the key.
One final question, Mr. Moore.
Okay. Good day, and I really, really enjoy this seminar. I have 2 questions, one for Mr. Poitier and one for Mr. Island Pay. I'm a contractor, right? And I own a piece of vacant land. I want to be a part of this program to build a triplex. What's my qualification for someone like me? Is there still age discrimination? And with regards to me building my home, a duplex or triplex, because I know the banks, there's age discrimination. Is this the same qualification with the credit union?
So to answer your question is there age discrimination? Under the laws of the Bahamas, there should not be. But in the financial industry, what happens is we look at what we consider to be your working age. Are you going to be in a position to repay this debt within your lifetime? Realistically speaking, the credit unions will treat you somewhat different than the banks, but it's still going to be on you to prove that you are able to service the loan past whatever time. Usually, the term of the mortgage or loan would be no longer than the established retirement age, which is usually 65. But there are folks who have loans past that. Obviously, if someone comes into you, like Mr. Wilson said, when you're being assessed, there's a process, and we look at, yes, what the paper says, what your financial situation is, but we look at your character. We look at the current conditions that you're in. So if we ask you a trick question and you tell us you're hypertensive and you don't have life insurance, chances are you probably wouldn't get an extended loan, because reality is you may not be around to pay it back, right? And if without insurance, that's an added risk. Keep in mind, though, the money that financial institution lends is money of the other individuals. So we have a fiduciary duty to make sure that we protect those funds. When we lend funds, the intent is to get it back. Delinquency occurs when a lot of times at the beginning of the loan, we know some people ain't gonna be able to pay back, either because of poor attitude or because they financially stretched. But the bottom line is, all things have to be equal. If you a little bit up in age, but you exhibit the qualities that you're able to pay, or you run a business and you have a plan in place that in the event of you not being able to go to work or you die, you don't have insurance, but your business will continue, then there are ways around it. But it's on you. You have to be able to sell us that you're going to be able to do that.
Thank you. That's very good.
Thank you. Go ahead. You have one more question?
One question for the Island Pay. What are the opportunities for Bahamians buying shares into Island Pay?
You're the second person to ask me that. There was a young lady here who asked me that earlier. The opportunity and the prospects are very good. Remember that we're in an evolving environment, right, with the whole digital payments ecosystem. Our vision of the future is that we would grow Island Pay to the point where Bahamians want to be a part of that ecosystem. However, I will say this, as I said when I started, we can't get there until people act. So if you want to be a participant, you have to start. If you want to be an owner, you have to participate. And so the sooner we can get Bahamians realizing that these solutions are here, handy, safe, secure, and accessible and participating, then we can grow the business model into one where Bahamians would want to own a piece of that. And when we get to that point, I believe you'll see more things come out of Island Pay. But yes, that's what it's going to take.
Just before you go, how many of you would like us to have another event where you can come in and we can have the professionals, those people who are here, to assess you and to be able to say, listen, this is what we can do, or this is what you need to do. Would you all like that? Okay, so please make sure that Ms. Nabi or Ms. Simonet knows, because those who are really interested, we really want to see this coming year to have some success stories from you, okay? Go ahead, May.
Okay, so good afternoon again to Mr. Alfred Poitier. I do not want a loan, right? But I want a fast track to $1 million. Fast, right? And you being the financial expert, just saying, how much, in your estimate, based on current interest rates, return interest rates, on savings for cooperative credit unions, etc., what would be a guesstimate of how much I would need to, and I don't want to hear the answer as much as I can. I want some figures, okay? So how much would I need to put? I want a fast track to $1 million, please, sir. And also connected to that, is that a possibility without external investment, just to be able to save, when I mentioned fast track with you all, or would have to be tied into some external investment to be able to bring that in?
So the answer to that question, you're talking about interest rates, right? Which means you want to place a deposit. So if you want to go on a fast track to $1 million, your income will determine how fast that track is going to be. Now, you know, our old school, our great-grandparents, etc., they did this thing called ASU, or they put the money in the mattress, right? And after they accumulated what they wanted, they bought property. And some of them sold property and then bought more property and bought more property. And that little, $300 that they made a month turned them into millionaires. What I'm saying is, if you want a fast track to that million and you want a fixed salary, it won't be through your regular savings. That will not be a fast track. You will have to find another means of investment. Okay. Let me not use $1 million. Let me say this. In the example in my presentation, I said if you save $2 a day, 5 days a week, for the year, you'll save $520. So if you save about $50 a week for 5 days a week for a year, it's going to take you somewhere in the neighborhood of $13,000 for the year. So, okay. So remember, it said if you went to Scotia Royal, 0.015, 0.025. So at the credit union, you'll probably get somewhere in the range of 1.75 to 2.75. So you're going to get 100 times more interest. Right. The more you have saved, obviously, the more the interest is. On $13,000 over a 5-year period with the credit union, your interest will probably be in the neighborhood of 5 years, you're looking at about a little over close to $800 over a 5-year period. Now, you might say, Jesus, that ain't no money at all, right? Okay. If you put that same money in the bank again, when the fees come out, you might end up with less than you actually saved. All right. So let me tell you right now, the best outside of putting your money in a financial institution as a deposit, the best investment, or I should say the safest investment outside of a deposit in a financial institution would be government registered stocks. All right? It's guaranteed, just like deposits in banks are guaranteed. You know, unless the government completely flop and the country go belly up, you will get paid.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's make this the last. Go ahead.
Madam, I would like to ask you a question. Have you been... Lady Hannah Carey? Okay. Lady Hannah Carey, I accept. I give you that. May I ask you a question? Have you been following the Access Accelerator profile? What is your desire for $1 million? What is, yes, why is the $1 million figure on the top of your head?
Based on my platform, I actually need millions of dollars to invest back into my economy, back into my people. My financial goal is also based on nation building. So it's not so much even personal, because from a personal standpoint, I'm content and happy, even though could always use more. But money I need for my people.
Lady Hannah, we are in a public room. There's a desire on your heart, and you need that money for something. What is it?
Nothing personal.
No, what is the vision?
Well, in my constituency, which is Freetown, I need work. I need plenty of things. I need building. I need infrastructure. There's a lot going on there. And know in my heart, the more money I have could actually meet a lot of those issues and those needs.
So is this a business plan on the table?
No, I haven't written out any business plan, or I don't have a prospective business plan. I only have a thought at this moment.
Because somebody told you that you have to have this money first to put your vision into fruition.
No, ma'am, no one told. I'm actually doing my vision.
Do you
I just
have
need
a
more
vision
money.
board?
No, so explain. I don't know.
I'm doing this across the floor with you because this is what is needed. Mm-hmm. We stand in the mirror, we dream. I'm a dreamer, but I'm an innovator. That's my passion. You need to create a vision board for this project that you have in your head. I don't care if it's one piece of the pie that you need for Freetown, but there's something somewhere along the way that somebody told you you need millions of dollars to even get it out the ground or on a table, on a set of drawings. I implore you today, if you have to go and buy one block today to get your project started, one block or one bag of cement or whatever it is, any part of this construction idea that is in your head, you need to make that your first step first. Because
that's ongoing. That's actually been ongoing.
Well, go to your next step.
This is my next step.
Okay, there are people in this room, and you stood up, and you're questioning the banker. Who knows, but you probably need. No, we're open here, okay? No disrespect to anyone. This is how we do it. Because if you don't dare to stand up and ask for it, you will never get it. We have Island Pay. And I learned this. This is my experience. And I see you and I feel you. And I did it. So take it further. Don't be afraid to open your mouth about it, find out where your next step is, and I'll gladly pass this on to Mr. Chamber of Commerce prior to Island Pay. We have a lot of powerful people in this room who can help you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Here's Mr. Jeff Beckles.
Thank you. Good exchange. But there's something that I want everyone, a lot of people have left, but you can take this with us. Money has to be put to work in order for it to grow. Simple interest-bearing accounts is nice, but we have to learn the art of putting money to work. Just as you go to work and you get paid, right? We have to put our money to work. So all of our visions and our ideas about the future and money and wealth and prosperity and all that other stuff is undergirded by this one simple fact. If you don't put money to work, ain't no money to get. So when we start thinking, and that's why you go back to your example early in your presentation, the discipline to take that $5 and set it aside, which we all do, because we've been doing ASU when we were children, right? So we have to practice the art of finding places to put my money to work if I intend to have more than it was when I started. And so that's the principle that I think is good to close on for us today with regard to money. Put it to work. If you don't put it to work, you can't expect for it to do anything for us. Or it'll be working for somebody else.
Did you all enjoy yourselves? Can we give a round of applause to our panelists? And we want to thank you for joining us today. I just want to close with one or two thoughts. Write your vision down and make it plain. So there are some foundational things. What we were doing here today is that we had some of the best experienced people in their areas to counsel you. There's safety in the multitude of counsel. We have also identified opportunities for you and introduced you to some of the most influential people in this country. Relationships are required for success. So when you understand the value of something and your mindset is ready to access the opportunities, then you will succeed. And so I close by saying thank you. I look forward to the day when we don't run after the NBA player and leave the owner of the NBA team right there, because we are going after the celebrities. So we don't know and understand that sitting in here represents multiple millions of dollars. You can never go beyond your leader. So if you choose leaders that have not gone where you see yourself going, you're not going to get there. Your company gives you a glimpse of your future. So let's make sure we evaluate our company so that we know that if your company don't dream to go anywhere, that's exactly where you're going. We're here because we want you, but we can't want more than you want for yourself. We want you to be economically empowered. Can you just say with me, just destination? Economic emancipation. That's the vision. Prosperity, peace and prosperity is supposed to be our natural environment. Can you give yourselves a round of applause as we leave? Thank you all very much for watching. You all want to have another one of these? Yes, please get some. I want the speakers to join me in the green room for a moment so that we can plan our next steps. And please, would you all keep in touch with us?